Hey everyone, welcome to another stream. Tonight we're going to be playing some Sega CD games, or Mega CD games for those in other regions. I've got a couple of games in mind that I want to try out, but I've also got some other games that I haven't really messed around with before, so we're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth between sort of predictable stuff you guys have you've seen on previous streams, with stuff that I haven't really messed around with a whole lot before. For anybody curious, we are on a Analogue Mega SG FPGA console, which is basically replacing our Sega Genesis. However, it is hooked up directly to my actual Sega CD Model 1, which I've actually had for about a year now. I've always owned a Model 2, but about a year ago I managed to score a pretty nice Sega CD Model 1. It needed some fixes, and I got those fixes done, and now it's working like a champ. So yeah, we've got the original splash screen from the Sega CD Model 1, which has different music than the Sega CD Model 2. And it's also different music from other region Mega CDs, which is kind of neat. There's a lot of different BIOS variations with the Sega CD, and it's one of the neat aspects and interesting aspects of this platform, this add-on. So, yeah. But we're going to start off with Final Fight CD, which I've played a bunch of times on my channel. However, I will play as Mike Hager, which I don't think I've ever actually done that on stream, and I'm not particularly good with him compared to the other characters, but yeah, we're going to start off with that. But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. I don't know how long this is going to last. This is going to be one of those streams where we just kind of wing it, but yeah, it should be a good time. I love the Sega CD. I have a lot of nostalgia for it, and it's something that I've actually covered a lot on my channel. It's definitely one of those platforms that not as many people on YouTube have a lot of experience with, but hopefully I can show off some cool stuff here for you guys not too familiar with the platform. And then for those of you guys already familiar with the platform, or if you've seen previous streams of mine, just kick back, relax, and enjoy the stream. We'll just hopefully have some good conversation here as we play some Sega CD games. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well tonight. Let's scroll through that chat. I see Dasan out there. I see Weird Prog. I see Carl Anderson. Welcome back. Shane Sawyer. Freddie Voorhees. Steven. Welcome back, Steven. I see Crestline. I see John Smith. Chris Hendricks. MD Mister. And it looks like that's everybody for now. We'll see how many people trickle in over the next several hours. But yeah, all you have to do here on the Sega CD Model 1, it doesn't actually have its own eject button, so when you power it up, you have to press, well, the disk drive, once you reset it, reset the console, the disk drive should actually open up on its own, and then when you've got a game loaded, you just press start to close it. So let me actually switch back over to this screen real quick. Actually, hold on a second. So you guys, you can't really see it all that well, but if I hit start, it's going to close the drive, and it's going to start loading the game. You'll notice that access light is going. It starts speeding up as it recognizes the disc, and then it'll go to our splash screen, eventually. There we go. So this is the, well, not really the splash screen, but kind of like the intermediary, like, loading screen. And there we go. Steven says, I love the Model 1 Sega CD the most. Nice. Yeah, I'm a little torn. I mean, I think I prefer the overall aesthetic of the Model 1 Sega CD, at least when it's paired with the Model 1 Genesis, but I have a ton of nostalgia for the Model 2 Sega CD, because that's the one I've owned, and I feel like the Model 2 looks better paired with the Model 2 Genesis. So it's kind of, I don't know. And I really love the Sega CD Model 2 introduction as well. I'll say I like them both equally, just for different reasons. Crestline says, I just left from a stream that had Sonic CD being played. When they learned of Hager's plans. Unfortunately, he missed the gameplay portion. Really? I mean, Sonic CD is mostly gameplay. There is some video, but there's not a lot of it. Sometime in 1992. Dasan asks, was the Model 1 prone to more technical faults too? Yes. Its disk drive mechanism is much more complicated. There are more parts that can fail, like there's a belt in there that'll go, you know, eventually snap, you'll have to replace the belt. But yeah, there's more moving parts because of that, but also it's prone to capacitor failures on multiple PCBs. So this is one of those things where it's kind of like a PC Engine Duo or Turbo Duo, where you get one in the modern day and age, it's never been serviced, you have to get it fixed, otherwise it's going to eventually like self-destruct. You know, the capacitors will leak and cause permanent damage on the motherboard. So the Sega CD Model 2 doesn't seem to have that problem. Not nearly as much so anyway. So yeah, I recommend people get a Model 2 if they want something more reliable. But if you're willing to ship out your Sega CD Model 1 to have it serviced, or if you're capable of doing it yourself, then, you know, and you do that, it'll work great, you know. So, but yes, if you actually search on eBay for like broken Sega CDs, you're more likely to find broken Model 1s for parts are not working than you do Model 2s. So, Model 2s actually do have a fuse issue though, like, I don't know what causes it, but basically, like, the fuses will blow. Maybe people, like, plug it in the wrong power supply or something like that. Or maybe, like, you know, the console wasn't attached to some kind of surge protector and they had a, you know, a blip in their power and that caused the fuse to blow. So, but that is a common issue, but that's also a pretty easy fix. So, all right, so this is Final Fight CD. I was talking through that whole intro. The voice acting in the intro is not really amazing, and that's kind of the case for a lot of early CD games. You know, anywhere from the TurboGrafx CD to CDI to Sega CD, all the way up through, you know, the 32-bit era, really. There weren't even that many games in the 32-bit era that had great voice acting either, so... yeah, the early days of voice acting for video games was kind of painful in a lot of cases, and this is no exception. We're going to bump our extra lives up to every 200,000 points. That's actually, I think, I don't remember if it's default in the arcade, but it's how I'm used to playing in the arcade version. But yeah. Oh, geez, Crestline. I don't know if I can really help with that. Your cat Binks has been possibly having gastrointestinal issues, and she has a sore on her body. I'm taking her to the vet Tuesday, but he wanted to ask me, what could it be? What should I do to help her condition? I have no idea, man. You need to take her to the vet. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Could potentially be treatable. One of my cats recently, well, not mine, but my mom's cat, she had some issues a few months back, and we thought she was a goner, but it turns out it was something totally treatable. So, yeah, I'll be wishing for good news for you, Crestline, because you know, when your animals start having problems, that's it's not fun. It's not fun at all. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and jump into Final Fight here. Like I said, I'm going to play as Hager, Mike Hager. Desan says, I don't know if you'll play Robo Alesta, but the voice acting is pretty dire. Yeah, I might play Robo Alesta. I'm definitely going to play at least one or two shmups, but Robo Alesta is actually not my favorite on the system, so I tend to like veer towards Lords of Thunder, Sylphid, or Android Assault, aka Bari Arm, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel. This is going to be one of those streams where we just do kind of like we'll follow the feeling, for better or for worse. And we'll play a lot of good games, but we'll also play probably a couple of stinkers just for fun, but we'll see. We'll just wing it. But yeah, Final Fight CD, the support of the arcade game, and this port, I believe, was actually done in-house by Sega. And they did a really good job for the time. There's a lot of really nice animation compared to, you know, other home conversions. The colors are a little drab. Unfortunately, the Sega CD doesn't really enhance the base color palette. And so you've kind of got, like, extra perks that the CD hardware allows. Really nice animation, stuff like that, but with like the typical drab Genesis color palette. Final Fight Arcade, on the other hand, was on the Capcom CPS-1 arcade hardware, which was super colorful. Also, the gameplay is actually a little bit slower. You can't do combos nearly as fast as you can in the arcade version, so it's kind of an interesting design choice. But you get used to it, you know. So I've played a lot of the arcade version. I actually used to own a Final Fight cabinet. So yeah, I've played quite a bit of the arcade version. And so it always takes me a little while to get used to, you know, the slower gameplay in this version. But again, once you get used to it, it's not too bad at all. Final Fight's a really simple game, though, in terms of combat and whatnot, or gameplay mechanics. If you walk up to an enemy, you'll automatically grab them, and then you can either just press the attack button to do, you know, an attack while you're holding them, or you can hold forward or back or whatever. And then, in the case of Hagar, you'll do, you know, like a body slam. With other characters, you'll just throw the enemies, which is very, very good for crowd control, as we call it in the beat-em-up genre. Or the belt scroller genre. Another move you can do with Hagar is pick them up, jump, and press down and attack. That's pretty handy. Hey, Curly Man, welcome to the stream. Whoops, did not mean to do that. There we go. But yeah, Hagar's like the character I think a lot of like the top Final Fight players use. They really like this guy. And I think part of it is just like, he's got so many like, you know, grab options. Okay, that's not good. Got him. Okay, if I can beat the first boss and get through the first level without losing a life, then I feel pretty good. I see internet junkies out there. And Weird says, I miss music that sounds like the 90s era CD music. Yeah, Dasan, myself personally, when I play Final Fight, I typically use Cody. And actually, in the Sega CD version, I'll oftentimes use Guy because he's got the fastest attack. Or at least, maybe not the fastest attack, but he's got the most reach. Or at least, it feels like it. Hagar's got some good reach, but, like, his attack is slow. And so enemies are oftentimes, like, liable to just interrupt your attack. Which is not cool. You have weapons, and the sword is probably the best melee weapon. Very powerful. But it also goes away really fast when you get knocked down, or you get hit. Yeah, you can actually jump backwards doing that attack, and I don't know exactly how people do it, but apparently it's very useful for crowd control. Freddy asks, between Final Fight and Streets of Rage, which do I prefer? I'd go with Final Fight. If we're just strictly talking Final Fight 1 versus, you know, everything else. I don't like the Final Fight sequels, but those were technically console only. They didn't have the care and effort put into them that the original arcade game did. Oh, jeez. And I'm dead. Desance's Final Fight 2 is hot garbage. I wouldn't call it hot garbage. It's just mediocre. It's totally forgettable, you know. Hot Garbage is like the Toxic Avenger on the Genesis or something like that, you know? But yeah, Final Fight 2 it's pretty forgettable. Combat doesn't really... I don't know. Everything about it is just like average. Like there wasn't a lot of effort put into it. From enemy designs to the visual style to boss designs to the how the combat feels. It's just, I don't know. The music is not... I don't even remember any of the music in Final Fight 2. It's so forgettable. Final Fight 3 upped it a little bit, but it's still kind of... I think it's still kind of mediocre as well. Or middling, I should say. It's average. But, you know, I notice a lot of console-only beat-em-ups from the time period were just average. People were really trying to cash in on that genre, and they just didn't know how to make good beat-em-ups. You know, you got a couple of exceptions, like the Streets of Rage games on Genesis are really good. You had Turtles on Super Nintendo, Turtles in Time, but that was a pseudo port of an arcade game. But still, very good game. But a lot of the console exclusive beat 'em ups were just kind of like, ugh. Ugh. Alright, that's not a good attack to do, I guess. I did not mean to do that. Why are you dropping him? I tried turning around and Hagar just dropped that enemy completely. Again, I'm not really super used to Hagar. I mean, I played him you know, a bunch of times over the years, but he's generally not my preferred character. I like more nimble, fast characters, so this is definitely throwing me for a loop. There we go. Paul D asks, have I tried Final Fight LNS? Homebrew fan-made game. It's amazing. No, I have not. No, I've never even heard of that before. Extra life? So every 200,000 points, we should get an extra life. To an extent. It does actually cap the amount that you can get, unfortunately. Which we actually ran into that, I think, probably in my last Sega CD stream. We got really... I think we got to, like, the final level on my last Sega CD stream. Or maybe it's the one before the last one. I don't know. I've done so many Sega CD streams. But we probably would have... we might have gotten really close to actually beating the game if we, you know, were able to get more extra lives. So this is Katana, or Sodom, in the arcade version. And the AI for the Sega CD one has been altered, so he doesn't... The same strategy from the arcade game doesn't really work. At least not for me. Ugh. What I do in the arcade version is when he dashes at me, I'll basically pick up a sword, and you have invincibility frames when you pick up a weapon, and so he'll go right through me as I pick up the weapon just in time. But in the Sega CD one, he has a tendency of just like walking around more often. And hey, Barone, thanks for that tip for the Sega CD maintenance fund. Thank you, sir. Freddy asks, did Final Fight ever get its modern treatment like Streets of Rage 4? No. It did not, unfortunately. Curly Man says, Guy was great in Final Fight. He's my go-to. Yeah, I really like Guy in Final Fight. Unfortunately, Guy is very weak, and so even though he's got fast combos and good reach, and a really fast, good jump kick, it takes a lot longer to take enemies out with him, unfortunately, so... Steven says, it's a shame OG arcade cabs have skyrocketed. I want an MK2 cab so bad. Yeah, the really popular ones in particular have really gone up in price a lot, unfortunately. Curly Man says, not to be a nag, but hit that like button and subscribe. Thank you, Curly Man. Much appreciated. Desan says he finished Final Fight 2 in his first try. Hey, Greg, welcome back. Alright. Desan's been playing Streets of Rage 4 again. The DLC was on sale. Very nice. Now, all the home conversions of this game back in the day had some limitations in place, even if they were like really close to the arcade game, like the X68000 version. One of the biggest changes from the arcade is that they had massive, like, enemy caps. So the Sega CD caps out, I think, at about 4 enemies on screen at once, which can still get pretty intense. Super Nintendo caps out at, like, 3 enemies on screen, I believe. And so, depending on the version that you play, you know, some are going to be harder than others because of the hard enemy cap. Yeah, unfortunately, just the punching strategy with Hagar, like as enemies wake up, doesn't work as well as it does with Guy or Cody, because his attack comes out slower, so you've got to really be able to time it, and I'm not very good at that with him, so a lot of times you can just walk into them as they wake up, and you'll just automatically grab them. Hey, Maximum Spider, welcome to the stream. Alright, let's see what we can do here. See, normally with other characters I just jump kick all day. Especially in the arcade version. The hit detection with these guys, it seems to be different in every version of the game. I want to say in the Super Nintendo one I just use a weapon. In the arcade version I jump kick. This one, it seems like jump kicking's working fine. These guys are some of the most dangerous enemies in the game, so I play it safe. We still have 2 lives, even though we've lost a couple. Alright, this is the second third of the level. This is the lead up to the boss fight. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oops! This is just bad. Just bad, man. Hey, Aaron, welcome back. How are you doing? Another extra life? Jeez, I really needed it at this point. If you pick up health refills when your life is full, you'll actually get points for them. So realistically, I should probably be saving them for when I take damage, but I'm also trying to work towards my next extra lives. Pick up his gum for health. It's gotta be disgusting. There we go. Got him. First try. Good. Hey, Atrocity, welcome back. And Big Dogs, welcome back, Big Dogs. Alright, this is a level that was chopped out of the Super Nintendo version. In this part right here, you can actually fit your way in between the bits of fire. Let's see if this works. Oh, it did not. Alright, let's try this. Alright, we're good. As long as we stay in position, we should be fine here. Oh! I'm gonna use my extra joy attack right here. When enemies are behind barrels, they like to kick them at you. I feel like I'm finally starting to get used to his attack reach and timing. Yep, just like that. Ooh, 2 swords. Gonna push the screen over just enough. Okay, I'm gonna grab this, since it's gonna go off screen. Oh, jeez, come on, man. These guys are, like, really rough in this version, I found. Ah. And I'm dead. I love how, like, the magenta just really pops in this version. Freddy asks, is Final Fight Streetwise worth playing? I haven't played it, Freddy, but based on the gameplay I've seen, I would say probably no. I've not heard very good things about it. That was during that era where, like, some companies would just, like, slap a name of, like, an old franchise on their game, even though it's, like, completely unrelated and totally unfun compared to the original series. So, I don't know. I'd say give it a try and let us know what you think. Since I technically haven't played it, but I've not heard good things. Alright, so if we make it to the top, we get to fight Rolento, who, like Cody and Guy, would eventually end up in the Street Fighter Alpha series. I loved how in the Alpha series they ended up bringing old Final Fight characters into it. Ah. Rolento has always been a tricky one for me. Like, sometimes I try to go up and just grab him, but it doesn't work, and he just attacks me. There is rhythm and rhyme to, like, every boss fight in this game. There's no truly, like, I don't know, truly weird random boss fight. Like, there are strategies to every fight. But Rolento's strategy, I just haven't really locked in, because I don't get to him very often. Right, the idea here is to try to break the glass in one hit, so you've got to be, like, dead center. Unlike that, we still got it. Alright, Bay Area. This is a very long level. And when I get a game over, we will probably switch games. Because a bunch of the games we've got here on Sega CD can be a little on the long side. Like up to an hour. Tiger must have a really hard head with all those headbutts he's doing. Oh, I messed up there. I let go of him. Did not mean to do that. Hey, Scott. He says Hagar doesn't skip arm day. Leg day, perhaps, but arm day, no. Every day's an arm day for Hagar. Man, that just does not work. Ah! This enemy combination is rough. Yeah, that attack is so powerful. I think we've hit the hard cap for extra lives as well, so this is pretty much it. Hey, Banu Black, welcome back. some later levels, you've got items hidden behind foreground objects. So sometimes I like to see if there's anything there. I don't have all the locations memorized, so every time I play, I have to just double check. Yeah, doing that backwards, like belly flop, you can control where the enemies go with it. They'll basically go to the opposite side of the screen. Nice. There we go. I'd say in this version of the game, getting ganged up by all the knife guys is probably, like, the toughest thing to deal with. All the other enemies aren't too bad. But these guys have that nasty, like, slide attack, and then they've got the airborne attack, too, and it's just really tough to deal with. See? Like, just like that. Ah, and that's game over. Ah, that's rough. Well, we did pretty well. It's not too bad. For one credit. Oh, man. But yeah, that was Final Fight CD. Definitely one of the highlights of the Sega CD. If you get a Sega CD, you gotta get this game. Well, maybe not buy it these days, but at least make a CDR of it. Hey, Yak, welcome back. Thanks for the GG, Scott. I appreciate that. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and hit that reset button.
Capital has been ruled by violence and death.
All right. Alright, so we're going to play some Batman Returns. This is a game I've covered on this channel a ton of times. Definitely a standout title in terms of, like, you know, taking advantage of the Sega CD's scaling hardware. So for anybody that doesn't know, Sega CD has its own hardware set. It's not just, like, a CD interface for the Genesis. So it's got, like, a new sound processor. It's got an extra CPU inside of it. It's got a new video display processor, And the display processor is capable of like taking images and like scaling them, as you can see there with like the text actually scaled in, which is really cool. And so what we're gonna do is, and this is unfortunately really common for people that play Sega CD. They play this game, they only do the driving mode, and I think the full game is actually really awesome. It's basically new driving sequences that use the CD, the video scaling hardware, along with the Genesis cartridge levels, which are basically just generic like side-scrolling action stages. I prefer the full game, but everyone does the driving only mode. And so what I'm going to do is do the driving only mode just to show off like the Sega CD scaling capabilities, and it won't take us this long to go through it. We're probably actually not going to beat this because the driving only mode actually has an extra driving stage that you don't get if you play the full game mode. So the full game is basically every other level, it alternates between driving and platforming, driving, platforming, driving, platforming until you get to the end of the game. The final stage is a platform level. Basically the last level of the Genesis version. But we're gonna do just the driving only game. One thing that is really cool about this though is that there are actually 3 different endings in the game. If you do the platform only mode, you get the Genesis ending. If you do the full game, you get a special Sega CD ending. And if you do the driving only, you'll get a special ending just for that mode as well. So pretty cool stuff. There's a lot of replay value in this game. But let's go ahead and just hit start. Actually, you know what? I was looking at chat when I selected that. I don't know if I actually left it on driving only. I'm gonna double check. Scott says he thinks this is Sega Lord X's favorite game. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that. I don't follow a lot of the guys. Honestly, I don't follow a lot of YouTube channels these days. So like, I don't watch Sega Lord X's content, but I know he's pretty popular. So it's cool to hear that he likes this game. There's a lot of people that are like, Batman Returns, it's not very good. Oh, well, I like the driving stages, but, you know, they don't even get that far in the driving stages. They don't really see how mean this game could get. I don't know, it's just the opinions on a lot of this retro stuff. It's all over the place. A lot of people have opinions that haven't gotten very far, but, you know, when someone's like, this is my favorite game, like, they've probably played it a decent bit. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite games on Sega CD, for sure. It was one of the first ones I got back in the day, so, you know, I did play it a lot. But, you know, it's one of those games where, like, the better you get at it, the more fun it becomes, because it is a very challenging game. It's very, very challenging, especially if you do the full game mode, so. Alright. So you've got A button to shoot, and your C button will fire out homing missiles, which I'm going to save for later. But you can also slam enemies off the road. And these canisters, these glowing canisters, give you more homing missiles. But yeah, this really shows off the Sega CD's video hardware pretty well. It's not just scaling, it's like there's, you know, the height and the, you know, the variable height and the track, and, you know, it's really, really cool stuff. And the physics here are also pretty good, where, again, you can slam enemies off the track into roadside objects, and if you manage to do that successfully, they die instantly. Every 3 sections on the driving levels, you fight a boss, so there's 2 bosses per level. At least in these first few driving stages. The 4th driving stage is mostly just an obstacle course until section 6, where you fight the boss. Alright, so boss time. Very simple boss here. Very creative bosses on the driving sections, too. You basically have a jack-in-the-box that's coming out. It's pretty funny. Pretty clever. It's pretty easy to avoid, too. But I'm trying to play aggressive here and just do as much damage as fast as possible. Now, for your main firepower, you do have to kind of constantly tap it. It's kind of like you in Squadron, where like you'll press the A button once, and you know, it'll do like, or you'll hold it and it'll do like, it looks like it's doing like about 6 shots, and then it stops, so you have to tap it again. So you don't have to mash it, but you can just kind of like hold it, release, hold it, release. You just have to make sure you're constantly doing that as you're driving. A lot of times I just use my homing missiles on these guys, because the homing missiles will kill them in one hit. You know, the cyclists, not the cars. Cars have more HP. Alright, boss fight. So you have to knock off the clowns from both sides. And for some reason, fire heavily damages the Batmobile. So do not touch the fire. It's one of the most dangerous things in this game. Outside of endless pits. Now you are timed, so this can be a little tricky. Alright, I need one more. Nice, got it. Alright, he's dead. That boss can be a crapshoot. I mean, you can... I've actually died several times to that boss over the years. Hey, 90s gaming guy, welcome back. And you can skip through these animations too. You don't have to watch it every time, but it is pretty cool. Again, these are all about showing off the scaling hardware in the Sega CD. So this level actually really trains you to start knocking enemies off the road. Boom, just like that. And even if you don't knock them off the road, like, you'll still do damage just by running into them. It's pretty cool. I love that smashing into enemies is like a legit tactic in this game. Boom, there goes one. Now in these straightaways, it's hard to knock them off the road, so then you just kind of want to be aggressive and just shoot them a bunch. Got him. Fatality. Nice. Instant kill. Yeah, if you knock them off the road and they slam into something, they die instantly. Which is kind of realistic, actually, when you think about it. I mean, how many, like, car fatalities have you heard about where, like, someone hits a lamp post or something, or a tree, and it's just like, boom, they're gone. So, it's nice that it's an instant kill in this game. Ah, fire. I usually like to save my homing missiles for this part, but I was kind of struggling with the cyclists in the first section, so I went ahead and just used them. Alright, that's the halfway point. Nice, got him. Oh, that was cool. He like skid off the road. '90s gaming guy says, I'm thinking about getting a Sega CD to top off his Genesis setup. Name 10 good games. Well, the first two games that we've played, Final Fight CD and Batman Returns, I would highly recommend those. Hey, Chris, thank you for upgrading your membership. Much appreciated. I mean, Sonic CD is obviously a big one. You gotta have that if you have a Sega CD. Lords of Thunder. I think that's one of the best shooters from the era. PC Engine version's better in a lot of ways, but Sega CD version's still a top-tier game, in my opinion. Android Assault, which is also called Bari Arm. Very good shoot-'em-up. If we want another shoot-'em-up, I'd recommend Sylphied. Sylphied's actually a really impressive game. It's a great example of how you can utilize full-motion video in a very creative manner to enhance the experience. Dungeon Explorer. Very fun Gauntlet-style game. Sorry, I'm trying to think of games as I'm trying to survive here. And I don't think I'm gonna get this. So if you run out of time, you actually lose a life. Oh, we got it just at the last second. Pitfall, the Mayan Adventure. Really good version of the game. That's actually, I think, the best way to play the game. It's the Sega CD version. If you like arcade conversions, NBA Jam's actually really good. Same with Mortal Kombat. You know, MK1 on Sega CD was the best console version of Mortal Kombat in the 90s. Which we might actually play that later tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still trying to think. There is more. There's a lot more, actually. Sega CD's actually got a surprising amount of, like, fun games. A lot of people say, oh, it's just about the FMV, blah, 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 but... And there are a lot of FMV games, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of other good non-FMV games, too. Mansion of Hidden Souls, I think, is really solid if you're into, like, sort of spooky... adventure games. Okay, good. I got them. So I might actually try to cover that this October. We'll see. Batman and Robin's pretty cool. That's a good technical showcase, actually. It's all driving like this, but its driving sequences, I think, are even more impressive. Yeah, Spike Paws. Popple Mail is apparently, like, really good. I haven't actually played it much before. That's definitely on my bucket list of Sega CD games to play. 90s gaming guy, you can also like just search for Sega CD on my channel, and just about anything I have in like as like a dedicated Let's Play or quick play, I recommend generally. I actually did quite a few towards the end of last year and early this year, like the Sega CD version of Chuck Rock. I actually really enjoyed that game. It's simple action, but it's fun. It's fast and fun. Especially once you learn that jump kicking basically turns it into like a Ninja Gaiden game. A lot of people look at Chuck Rock and they're like, oh, you attack enemies with your belly. That game's dumb. Not realizing you can jump kick, and it's got crazy priority, and you've got mid-air control, and it's like, oh man, it turns the game into like a really fun, fast action game. I always recommend people try Sewer Shark. I mean, it's like the cheapest game on the system. Just to kind of see what like FMV potential was like in the early days. It's not really a great game, but it was a Sega CD staple. It was a pack-in for a lot of users. Yeah, Dasan mentioned Snatcher. Yeah. Snatcher is a really cool game. I mean, at this point in time, Dasan... See, 90s gaming guy, he's in North America, and a huge portion of games on Sega CD North America are stupid expensive now, so I don't recommend anyone go out and start building a Sega CD collection in this day and age. It is not worth the money. The Sega CD reads CDRs just fine. Just spend time downloading ISOs, burning discs, experimenting with the library, you know? Another great game, which we'll probably play later, is Eternal Champions. Challenge from the Dark Side. That's actually one of my favorite games on Sega CD. Yeah, if I had to mention, like, favorite games on the console, I would definitely go with Eternal Champions. I'd definitely go with Batman Returns. I definitely would go with Sonic CD. Lords of Thunder, Android Assault. I'd actually probably also mention Prince of Persia. I really like that version, even though it's not as smooth as I would like it. But you get used to it. It's another one we'll probably play later. Alright, good, we got it. Prince of Persia on Sega CD just plays really well. And, not a very long game either. I think it takes about an hour when you really know what you're doing. Flashback, The Quest for Identity. I think that is the best way to play Flashback on a console from back in the day. It's got this awesome soundtrack that you just don't have in, like, any other version of the game. That's for those that like more cinematic platformers. Of course, the Sega CD version of Out of This World is really good. Another, probably one of the best ways to play that game on console back in the day. And it's got the Sega CD exclusive sequel, which for some people is hit or miss, but I enjoy it. It's pretty cool. Apparently, Eric Shahi himself did not like it very much. So, that's kind of a fun bit of video game history. It's like, the creator of the original Out of This World did not like the sequel that I don't think he had any input on it. All right, last stage, and then we got the boss fight. I think one of my only complaints with the driving sections in this game is that the road width is always the same. There's no, like, 5-lane highways or anything like that. Would have been cool if they implemented that. Oh, don't touch that fire. I didn't mention it, but there is a health bar in the bottom of the screen. Basically, every enemy you kill depletes one of the blocks. I basically have no health right now, so I'm trying to play it safe. Good, got it. Alright, for this boss, you have to just hit this little target. You have to actually run into it. Shooting it doesn't do anything. But you can shoot the ice blocks. There we go. I try to stay close, but easier said than done sometimes. These ice blocks do a ton of damage. Man, good RNG. Oof. Chris says my favorite Sega CD game is Shining Force CD. Yeah, I've heard that's a great Shining Force game. I haven't honestly put really any time into the RPGs on the system. None of the strategy RPGs like Dark Wizard or Shining Force. None of the turn-based RPGs like Lunar 1 and 2 and Vi. Freddy asks, have you ever played Fatal Fury Special or Samurai Showdown on the Sega CD? I have, yeah, they're actually pretty decent games. Oops, I was looking at chat. You have to shoot that door to open it. But this is basically like an obstacle course. This is a really difficult level that is extremely long, and it appears basically as the second to last level in the full game. Like, by the time you've gotten here, you've been playing for an hour. And I should mention, this game has limited continues. So nothing like getting to an obstacle course where you've got limited continues. And when you fail, and you will fail hard, you get sent back to the very beginning of the game. It's good times. Batman Returns on Sega CD is definitely not for everybody because of that. It took me a long time to be able to beat this game. Pressing down lets you slow down a little bit, which is mandatory. Otherwise, you start slamming into these pipes. Nice, got it. You definitely need to pull back on the gas sometimes because you will actually hop so high that you'll actually hit the top of the grating. You have to slow down there. Oh! Now running into stuff does damage you, so you can only take so much hit, so many hits. And then every time you take a hit, you slow down, and your time's depleting. Ugh. I don't know if this is going to be enough time with how many hits I've taken. It's very hard to see what's going on here, too. Since, like, the grating basically blocks your view. So I've got 60 seconds left. Oh, I messed up there. That was my fault. Hopefully we're close. Nice, we got it. Awesome. Okay. Dasan says this level doesn't look as fun as the others. Yes, no, it is not as fun. I mean, I don't mind it now because I've beaten this level so many times. Oops. Pressing the wrong button. But man, it is a mean level. Yeah, I suspect most people won't like this stage because it is very, very difficult. And it's very stressful. It's like, it's way too long for its own good. I mean, I get that the penguin wants you dead, but still. It's like, come on. It feels like this sewer isn't even just relegated to Gotham City. Like, this is probably taking you, like, cross-country. With how long this level is. It's like Penguin's hideout actually isn't in Gotham City. It's somewhere else in the world. Oh. We might not actually get this. Jeez, yeah, I keep making all these mistakes. Nope. We're done. Man, that sucks. Yeah, we ran into too many objects. Oh, and that was the exit back there, too. That was our checkpoint. Yeah, you'll notice that the timer is pretty strict. Like, especially later on, you can't make too many mistakes. Alright, I think we'll probably get it this time. If we don't, I'm gonna be pissed. 'Cause we've done pretty well so far. Jeez, that was basically perfect. And we still only had 20 seconds left. I mean, that's how strict it is. One or two mistakes might have cost us the whole thing. And the crazy thing is, every section is like 2 or 3 minutes long. I want to say the final section is like 4 or 5 minutes long. It's crazy. It's like a 20 or 30 minute level. I'd say it's a 20 to 25 minute level after you include the boss fight. It's insane. Yeah, like, as much as I love this game, I understand why some people will not love it so much once they get to a level like this. And if you think the strictness is bad here, wait till you see the next level. Thankfully, the next level does not appear in the full game. It's only in the driving section, or the driving-only mode. Wow, we got it, even with bumping into stuff. That's nice. 90s gaming guy, you can just burn CDs. You don't have to buy the games, man. Come on. It's like using a flash cart for your cartridge-based games. Lots of, I'm sure there's plenty of good tutorials online showing you how to burn Sega CD games. You can get them from archive.org. But yes, physical game prices, I mean, just in general, it's not just CD games. Have gotten pretty ridiculous as of late. I mean, it's not really a new phenomenon, especially in regards to Sega CD. Yeah, I know if you like really build up speed, you can actually skip some of these jumps, but I feel like it's a little too risky for me right now. I don't have it, like the patterns locked down like I used to a long time ago. Also, I mean, for people that just want to play Sega CD, there are other methods, like, use a Raspberry Pi. Apparently it does it very well. You can use a Mr. FPGA. I mean, even my old modded original Xbox did Sega CD pretty well. And you could use actual discs with it. You don't have to just use ISOs. But if you want real hardware and you want to be able to play on real hardware, ideally in this day and age, you're going to use CDRs because an optical drive emulator for real hardware does not exist as of this moment in time. And physical game prices. Now, don't get me wrong, there are affordable physical games, but like the best games on the system, they're all expensive now, like really expensive. So. So you could always do a mixture of both, like buy physical when it's, you know, some of the cheaper, less desirable, but still affordable games, and then use CDRs for the others. And I'm gonna get hit. I knew I was gonna get hit. And again. Sweet. Alright, boss time. Oh yeah, this is true, Dasan. Yeah, you can get like a Mega EverDrive Pro or a Mega SD. But the problem with that, Dasan, is like part of the experience I do feel is actually having, you know, the physical hardware. But if those FPGA devices like replicate the BIOS splash screens and stuff like that, you still get a big part of the experience. Alright, got him. Alright, this is our last level for the driving mode. We are probably not going to beat this level. It is very, very difficult. It's not constant repairs required to sign. It's just you get it all repaired at once, and then theoretically you're not going to have to get it repaired for a long, long time. You just have to have the money and be willing to do that. So we're back to having actual enemies. Like I said, oh, we just barely got it. Holy crap. Desant says, I weakened and pre-ordered an Analogue Duo. I'm actually trying to sell my PC Engine Duo because I ordered an Analogue Duo as well. And I've got the DAC, which will hopefully read CDRs better than my original console does. And then I won't have to deal with, like, any upscaling or anything like that. And I'll still have the option to use it on a CRT, since I have the DAC. Yeah, I'm actually kind of trying to downsize some of my collection. I've already gotten rid of a few things, like a lot of duplicate consoles. And I did sell my Jaguar, you know, a few weeks back. But there's some other ones I'm looking to potentially get rid of, like my Neo Geo CD and my, you know, my second 3DO. And, you know, a few of my Genesis consoles. What else was I thinking of? Got a few PS1 consoles. Wouldn't mind getting rid of some of those. Wouldn't mind getting rid of my CDI, honestly, but that's going to be tough because it's not in perfect working order. Still works, but it's got some quirks to it. And one of my other Wii U's I'd like to get rid of. Ah. Hey, it's Code, the Consoleized PC project. Welcome back, man. My friend that bought the Jaguar, he was like, would you sell your Sega CD Model 1? I'm like, sorry, man. I don't think I can do that right now. I have too much of an affinity for the Sega CD. Okay, we got it. Nice. You again? Got it. Woo, first try. Oh yeah, Code, it always uses your channel name. Yeah. Alright, I think this is where things start to get really rough because we have to kill all these enemies, and these enemies are very tanky. Nice, we got it. Stage 5. So you're saying there's a chance? Alright, no enemies on this one. Hands are starting to get sweaty now. And look at how tight that is. See, that's just mean. This is super mean. I don't even have full health going into this stage. Ugh. It is atrocity. It is very frustrating. Imagine if slamming into the walls also hurt you. Thankfully, they do not. But this part would be a lot easier if the frame rate was better. Or you'd have, like, more responsive controls. Oh, jeez, man. Oh, it did not read that properly. Oh, jeez. Penguin, we get it. You want me dead. Ow. Oh, great. I'm screwed. Oh, nice. I can shoot them. Okay. Got lucky. Ugh. Matt says this looks way too stressful. It is very stressful, yes. It is the final stage in this driving mode, though. We have a boss fight after this, and then that's it. But we only have one life, so if I don't make this in this one life, then I'm not trying again. I get a couple continues, but you get sent all the way back to the very beginning of this level. So I will not be trying again. Yeah, I don't know what it was with Western developers and like these overly stressful, obstacle courses. Like you saw it in Battletoads, you saw it in Cliffhanger, you saw it in this, and I'm sure there are other games like this that just they have obstacle course style sections and they just go on for way too damn long. But it seemed to mostly be like a Western developer thing. Like you didn't really see this sort of thing a lot in Japanese developed games. Like, you could argue that Final Fight has some sections that are a little too long, but this one level is probably like a quarter of the length of Final Fight itself in its entirety. So, like, I mean, that should drive the point home right there. And this isn't even counting the platforming levels. Imagine, like, playing through the whole thing with the platforming levels as well. It's like an hour-and-a-half long playthrough. It's insane. And this level isn't even in the full game version. Like, you have to play driving only to get to this level. And just like Battletoads, you get limited continues. So you're not gonna, like, credit feed your way through this game. It's not possible. I highly doubt anybody beat this game in their first try. Not even... I highly doubt anybody ever came close to beating this, like, the full game on their first try. I mean, even the driving-only mode with this crazy-ass level towards the end... Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me, dude! Okay, that really sucks. It's the never-ending level! Oh, did we get it? We actually got it. Am I reading chat while playing this game? Sometimes. Yes! We got it! Unless there's another phase. Oh my god, there's another phase! Why is there another phase? Come on! You got my hopes up, game. I've got no missiles. This is just way too much. Batman's arch nemesis. Fire. Ah, crap, this is not good. Please go out. It doesn't go out. No! Oh! We were down to the last block of health, man. God, that sucks. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I continue, it makes you restart the entire level. So that was like, what, 20 minutes of our life? 25 minutes of our life wasted? Yep, stage 1! Screw that. Nope. Not doing it again. Yeah, and unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, there's no way to earn extra lives in the driving mode. So you basically, you get there with what you got, and then you're stuck with it. Oh man, yeah, that fire pattern was really tough to deal with. There's gotta be a way to manipulate it, but I only had one life one extra life going in there. Oh, man. Woo! All right. Thanks for the GGs, guys. I appreciate that. All right, so for this one, we're going to have to actually skip the introduction sequence. Because I've gotten copyright claims on it in the past. So, but this is the Sega CD version of Mortal Kombat, which is actually kind of fitting because I guess that new Mortal Kombat 1 reboot is like coming out soon, if not out already. I don't remember when it's coming out. We'll go ahead and leave it on the default settings. Actually, we will put credits up just in case. But yeah, this one has a lot of benefits over the cartridge versions. Like, you've got the arcade soundtrack on CD. And characters, I think, actually have more animation on this than they do in the Genesis cartridge. So, more sound effects and stuff like that. Oh, nice, Dasan. Well, I'm glad my stream helped. Console Lights PC Project says, oh, nice, I have this one and honestly like it a lot. Hey, and I see DG's out there. Welcome back. Thanks for the GG. Freddy says, oh man, this is the one that makes me want to own a Sega CD. Mortal Kombat 1 in general is a little laggy in terms of control responsiveness, and, you know, this version's no different. Not as laggy as the Super Nintendo one, but it's still noticeably delayed when you, like, press an input. Whoops. Forward, down, forward, high punch is his fatality.
Sub-Zero wins. Fatality.
Dasan says, I used to think I was a god at arcade Mortal Kombat. He had this TV plug-and-play of the arcade version, but found out recently the difficulty was toned down to kiddie mode. So it was much easier than other versions. Yeah, Mortal Kombat's AI has never been great, but I do think Mortal Kombat 1's AI is probably the most fair. There we go. Back and high kick and low kick on this does Sub-Zero slide. Oh. Oops. It didn't like my inputs.
Sub-Zero wins.
Gonna fight some Liu Kang. After this level, we might have our bonus minigame. I remember a lot of people complaining about the load times on this version back in the day. And the funny thing is, it's like, these load times are still not that long when you compare them to modern games. So, yeah, I don't really mind them that much. It's not ideal, obviously. Obviously, no load times would have been great, but, you know, we're talking like a single-speed CD-ROM drive with the, you know, low data transfer rate. Oops. And I'm dead. Banu, yeah, you're right. MK3 and MK2, they basically both do the same thing. They read your inputs. Mortal Kombat 1 might even do that to a lesser extent. You do have chip damage in this game, so... Atrocity said he would play Mortal Kombat Trilogy just so he could play as the boss characters, so he would have a chance at the AI. You know, I never played as the boss characters in that. I should actually try to do that sometime. Alright, so for this you need to press both low buttons, so low punch, low kick, and then press block. As long as you're above that line, you will succeed. Ah. I'm really struggling with my moves sometimes. Nice. You guys get to see the pit fatality with the bodies and heads on the spikes with blood.
Sub-Zero
That was chopped out of other console versions. Yeah, that was one of the cool things about the Sega CD one. They tried to amp up the mature nature of the game. Okay. You gotta watch out for Kano, because like when you try to sweep him, he'll go into his air spin attack and just basically counter yours. Oops. There we go. Only one fatality per character in this first Mortal Kombat. It gets a little repetitious, but when this game came out, you know, the arcades and then consoles, just all of our minds were blown. We were like, we had never seen anything like that in a video game. Now, I mean, there were violent video games before this. Like, there was the infamous, what the hell was it called? It was by Exidy. Chiller. Chiller got an NES port. It was pretty tame, but the arcade version was very violent and still actually looks pretty gruesome to this day. And then you had Splatterhouse before this, but I mean, this is probably like the first major like mainstream arcade game that actually did like violence and gore and like shocked people at the time. It definitely pushed the envelope. Now it's just like it looks super tame. 1992 was a funny time. Gotcha. I mean, Halloween was on 2600, but I don't think it was really gory or anything like that. It's a 2600 game. Ooh, interesting. Might as well do the fatality. I get extra points. There's one funny thing about, you know, Mortal Kombat, the original, is that it actually had a scoring system.
Sub-Zero wins.
Hey, Beaker Man, welcome back.
Victory fatality.
Alright, let's do this again. Nice. Excellent. Trevo asks, so fatalities actually give more points? Yes, they do. Along with flawless victories. Alright, this is our mirror match. Sweet. So, someone had commented that the sound effects are much lower in this version compared to others, and I think part of that is actually in my Mega SG settings there is a sort of a sound balance option between the CD audio and sound effects, and I think I might have the CD audio up a little too much. So how loud sound effects will be is depending on your mixing options.
Sub-Zero wins. Fatality.
All right, on to the endurance matches. This is probably the hardest part of the game. So we have to fight two people back to back with one health bar. Good times. Ah, he's got me. Yep. That's rough. I don't have either one of those, Beakerman, no. I'm using real hardware for this one. At this moment in time, I don't have a need for either of those devices because I've got real hardware and I've also got a Mr. FPGA, and if I don't want to use my real hardware, I could just use that. The Sega CD core in there is pretty good. Loving my inputs. I'm using a Model 1, but I have both. I own both the Model 1 and Model 2. It's all in the description, guys, by the way, if you're curious what my setup is.
Wins.
Just so people don't have to ask 17 times. But yep, real hardware. And I even have... You can sort of see it. It's a little dark. Alright, we'll go ahead and try to continue. Atrocity asks, is there a mechanic where the AI gets easier if you continue? I don't think so. I don't think there's a form of, like, rank. I think the AI just gets harder the farther in you get, and they just kind of stay at that level. It's probably, like, predetermined. Nice. Just used a series of normals. That's funny. Okay, got it. Decides his Terra Onion are knobs. That's a funny insult. I don't think we use that in the States. Freaking knobs. Yeah, Terra Onion has a kind of a bad history. I don't like supporting them, so I always try to go with Crix. And his EverDrive line where available. But again, thankfully, I don't have a need for either of those devices right now. Maybe in the future. But right now, I'm not willing to part with my hardware yet. Nice. We get to see Scorpion's fatality.
Scorpion wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Great. Endurance number 2. Raiden and Sub-Zero. Freddy asks, what was everyone's first Mortal Kombat game? Mine was Mortal Kombat 1, the arcade version. And then the Super Nintendo one. Ah, he's got me. Ooh, or not. I got lucky. Yeah, Freddy, the funny thing about Mortal Kombat on Super Nintendo when it was out was like, my friends and I, we never really... I mean, it's like, yeah, it probably would have been nice if it had blood, but we didn't really miss it, because we just had so much fun just playing it head-to-head. You know, at the time, like, for us as kids, it was still a really fun head-to-head game. We played it all the time. So, you know, I do feel like the internet probably made a bigger deal out of the lack of blood than it really was back in the day when, like, you know, we were actually just playing the game. But yeah, it obviously would have been a lot better with the blood, but yeah, we still loved it as kids. The Super Nintendo version actually looks pretty good too. Unfortunately, it's got that massive like controller input delay, which that's the part that makes it the hardest to go back to today. That was a reptile tip. This is bottom of the pit. It was backwards. Nice. Freddy says he didn't fall in love with Mortal Kombat until he got Mortal Kombat Armageddon when he was in middle school. Interesting. Beakerman says MK2 is his favorite, he thinks. Yeah, mine too, 100%. Arcade MK2 in particular still holds up really well. Looks great, it sounds great, plays fast. I find it interesting, like, I can chip damage him to death, but he can still do one more attack before he goes away. It's kind of interesting.
Finish her.
Alright, so I think Goro is just going to appear. Which I don't remember if that happens in any other console version, but it happens in the arcade one.
Wins.
I think it just puts you right into the Goro fight.
Fatality.
Yep, here we go. That's so cool. Beakerman says, I was terrible at the fatalities. Well, one thing that was great about Mortal Kombat 1 is, like, the timing on the fatalities it was pretty lenient. So it's a good way to start learning how to play Mortal Kombat. And honestly, if you want to learn how to do fatalities today, I would probably recommend just starting with MK1. It's a good training game in that regard. The fatalities got a little more complex, starting with part 2. Just slightly more complex. Not super complex, but... Sweet!
Scorpion wins.
Alright, Shang Tsung. Final boss. Now, unfortunately, in this version, when he transforms into other characters, there's loading every time, and there's no way to disable that, as far as I'm aware. Unless there's like a super special menu cheat code where, you know, you can disable it there, but in the regular options menu, it doesn't allow you to turn that off. Yep, he's transforming. Back to Liu Kang again. Flawless victory. Yeah, so when we actually beat the game, you're going to see the animation that you get in the arcade version too, which is really cool. Yeah, the loading on Shang Tsung is not great, Dasan, yeah. I completely forgot how bad it was until I started streaming, you know, about 7 or 8 years ago on YouTube. I think it was my first Sega CD stream here that I noticed it. I was like, oh man. Wow, double flawless. Very cool. Oh, I'm actually confusing it for the introduction. Sorry. Yeah, in the introduction, there's like a short FMV sequence for each character in those tiny little boxes. And it's pretty cool. It's a nice touch. But yeah, that was Sega CD Mortal Kombat. Still have a major soft spot for this game because it is definitely closer to the arcade game than any of the other console ports at the time were. Now, the MS-DOS version, the MS-DOS PC version, I believe was actually like the closest to the arcade game, but not everybody could play that, obviously, so... Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, that's right. Probe did this this version of the game. They did a bunch of the ports of this. Alright, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, let's go ahead and reset it. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that playthrough of the first MK. speaking of another arcade port, we're going to actually play a couple rounds of NBA Jam. I'm probably not going to play this one very long. But we will show this version off. Yeah, Sega CD had a few arcade conversions. Not a ton, especially when it came to Western developed games. But you did have, you know, Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam, which were both smash successes in the arcade at the time. So it was cool to see those on the Sega CD. NBA Jam's not as close to the arcade version, if I remember correctly, but it does have, you know, better in-game music than the, you know, cartridge versions, and it's got some full motion video and stuff like that. So, yeah, pretty decent version of the game, all things considered. And it is one of those, I think it's still, as of 2023, still relatively affordable. I actually played this version a lot back in the day. My music's not playing. Pretty sure there's supposed to be some music here. That's not good. There it is. No, that's just sound effects. Oh boy. Yeah, my music's not playing. Oh, we might not actually play this then if there's no music. I think that's an issue with my disc. Oh, that sucks. Let's see if we at least get in-game music. The NBA Jam title theme is, like, really good. Desan said, I thought it had, the Sega CD had WrestleMania the arcade game, but that's the 32X. Not a bad version, though. Yeah, yeah, 32X does have WrestleMania the arcade game. This has, like, WWF Raw or something like that, and it's, I never thought it was... Well, granted, I'm not the best judge of, yeah, there's no music. Man, that sucks. Alright, sorry, guys. Sorry to get your hopes up. I'm not playing NBA Jam without music. Like, NBA Jam has, you know, a good soundtrack, so it's, And, this is not loading for some reason. All right, I'm going to have to power cycle because it's not coming up for some reason. That's odd. Yeah, I mean, Crestline, I was looking forward to NBA Jam as well, so... Yeah, unfortunately, it is not to be. Yeah, let's try this again. Alright, there we go. Man, I wonder why the CD audio is not working. Yeah, one thing I can actually do is go here. And then I can close the drive. Oh, you guys can't even see. Let me go back over. So this is the Sega CD Model 1 CD player. And you can use the eject function within it. And if a game has CD audio, then you'll be able to play said CD audio. It's here. I don't know why it's not playing the music. It was really weird. Alright, you know what we'll do is we'll go to CD-ROM. We'll do it one more time. But since I'm here, we can actually go to this. This is a way to see all the items that are saved. Unfortunately, my Sega CD's, like, I don't know if it's like a RAM chip, or if it's some kind of, like just the battery inside is dead, but it's not saving my data, which really sucks. So, so if I want to actually progress in like an RPG, I'm going to use my Sega CD Model 2. All right, well, oops. Let's go to CD-ROM, and let's just see if it just starts playing the music again. Maybe it's just a glitch, because we've... You know, I do have this paired up with my Mega SG, the FPGA console, so... Maybe I just, like, power cycled it too many times, and it's... You know, it just glitched out. We'll see. Cool says he's so ready for Corpse Killer. I don't actually have Corpse Killer. So sorry to get your hopes up, or dash your hopes. Hey, it's working! Very cool. Yeah, it's just, maybe it was just an FPGA glitch, I don't know.
Welcome to NBA Jam!
Nice. Yeah, Crestline. Lots of good music in this one. I don't remember if the stats actually make a difference, but and I don't watch sports, so like the teams don't really mean much to me, so I just picked the one with good stats, I guess.
Tonight's matchup, Pistons versus Mavericks.
Yeah, so the load times I think are a little bit long in this version. It's actually loading. There's nothing telling you it's loading, but it is loading. Alright, so it's been a while since I played NBA Jam. We got a pass button, you've got a jump button, a dash button, and then dash plus shoot? No, dash plus pass allows you to shove enemies. I'm jumping around like an idiot. A lot of times what I would do is just get in and do a layup or do a slam dunk. But I can also try to get out here, do a three-point shot. Nice, got it. If you, what's it called? If you manage to get 3 shots in a row, your ball goes on fire, which supposedly, like, heavily raises your stats. Still trying to get used to my controls. It's been a while since I played this game. Yeah, the music really helps this version too. Like, it's not like, it looks okay, but it doesn't look anything like super special. You know, the Jaguar and 32X versions definitely look a little bit better. Sweet. Ugly shot. I made it. And one of my strategies back in the day was to just try to shove them instantly. Oh, I didn't get it. I'm not getting my shove correctly. Oh, he knocked it off. Oh, missed it. Cool says, I wonder what this has over the cart version. Well, obviously CD audio. It's possible there might be some more frames of animation. I can't, you know, don't quote me on that. It also has some full motion video. You might get FMV on like during the halftime or something like that. Or maybe after you win a match, I'm not sure. Yeah, but there's full motion video in this as well. And it's kind of like tasteful FMV. I don't even think it was full screen. I think it was kind of like Sonic CD, where on Sonic CD's ending, you had some like small boxes of animation that looks pretty good, and I think it's similar in this. Whoa! Thanks, AI. Yeah, if you try to grab the ball as it's going in, this thing called goaltending comes up. And you don't want that to happen. You basically get penalized for it. You have to wait to see if their shot bricks. Nice. Maybe I could do the same. Nope. Oh, it was too late. Nice. Cool says the cutting room floor says it has about twice the secret characters, but everything else is about the same as the Genesis version. Okay. Not counting the FMV and CD music, yeah. Oh, man. I can't ever grab the ball when it rejects or it hits the rim. Nice. Oh, he got it. San says, damn, I can tell I'm a 40-year-old. I just popped something in my back getting up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, getting old kind of sucks. A couple weeks ago, I was finishing up Pinball League. I sat down on my card. I literally just pulled up my phone. I sat on social media, and I tweaked my upper back just by looking at my phone. And it's just now starting to heal.
Altitude with an attitude.
Got it. Oh, nice. I'll take that. Ooh. That looks cool. Oh, that was garbage. I shoved the ball out of him and he stole it. Oh, I missed it. Cool says his body totally fell apart in his 40s. Your mileage may vary. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us, we're gamers, we're not very healthy, we're not very active, and so I think our bodies deteriorate even faster than, like, the average individual. Yeah, that's why it's important to stay active. And I don't feel too bad saying that, considering we're playing a sports game right now, which is all about being active. Wow, like, it's interesting. I've noticed that, like, shoving them doesn't always make the ball fall out of their hands. Banu says, never been a sports gamer with only a couple of exceptions, but man, does this make me miss Midway. Yeah, same here. I really only played the arcade sports games, or arcade-style sports games. And a lot of, like, the old classic 8-bit sports games, they were very arcade-style, like Ice Hockey on NES, or Blades of Steel, you know. Or Punch-Out! Like, does Punch-Out even classify as a... or qualify as a boxing game? It's more of just like a, you know, like a, almost like Simon Says, or a memorizer. And in the 90s, I only really played actual arcade sports games like NBA Jam, or, I actually never messed around with NFL Blitz, but everybody loved that game too. Nice. No one's gone on fire yet.
Wide open.
Ah, I still missed it.
I've been stopped. Heating up.
We're in the last 35 seconds. Oh, that was mean. And I still can't grab it. And I guess they won. Oh! Should have tried a full court shot. DG, yeah, there are cheats in NBA Jam for that. I assume they're in the first one. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I know they're in NBA Jam TE for sure. Tournament Edition. Hey, Steve-O and John Evan, welcome back. Game over, man. Game over. Well, at least we got a game of NBA Jam functioning. That's good. So... I'm gonna let the introduction play out because it actually has voice acting, unlike the TurboGrafx version. So I think it should come up if we just let it sit here. Hey, Guns, he says, extreme soundtrack. Cool says, I remember this version being way easier. It is. It is infinitely easier than the TurboGrafx version. Hey, Lifo, welcome back.
The once peaceful land of Mistral was about to be plunged into a time of death and turmoil. From the darkest reaches of the land, the army of the Garuda Empire, under the command of High Priest Sornbel and the 6 stock generals, had begun the invasion of Mistral.
One of the few examples in Sega CD. The voice acting is actually pretty decent.
Had the beautiful countries of Mistral seen such savage destruction? In this battle, the legendary knight Drac, with the goddess Luxina, had sealed the evil god Deoric deep under the 6 continents of Mistral. The Garuda Empire's intention was to resurrect the evil god Deoric and to plunge the world into darkness. The people of Mistral fought to stop the invasion, but they were no match against the superior force of the Garuda Empire. As the last hope of the people of Mistral, one knight alone stands to save this land. His name was Duran, the last in the bloodline of the legendary knight Drac. Protected by the mystical armor of Drac, Duran alone confronts Sornbel and the Garuda Empire. Will Duran be able to stop the Garuda Empire, the resurrection of Deoric?
Cool. I don't think this would have been hard to fit on a cart. If you compared it to something like Thunder Force 4, there's probably just as much visual variety in between both games. But the music, obviously, I mean, you totally miss out on one of the most badass soundtracks in video game history. Although these cutscenes might have been a little more tough. This isn't really full motion video, but there is a lot of like graphic data here, so that probably would have been tough to include. Yes, to Son. I mean, this originated as a PC Engine game, so yeah, that's how a lot of PC Engine games did their quote-unquote cinematics. They didn't really use full motion video. It was like, I think what they were doing was basically they drew out like a screen full of stills, and then it switched to another still, you know. It's why the pixels always look so chunky and clean. Alright, I'm going to put it on Super, which is the highest difficulty. Cool says Android Assault is pretty lush. Yeah, it is. It's a good-looking game, for sure. It doesn't really matter what level I start off on. Let's mix things up. We'll start on this level. And just about all the weapons in this version are actually, like, really good. In the PC Engine version, I ended up using the Earth Armor for most of the level, but in this version, it's, man, it's really a crapshoot. They're all pretty decent. I'll do the wind armor on this one.
May I help you?
Alright, I'm going to buy some bombs and buy some health. Yeah, this is a side-scrolling shoot 'em up. You have a flying character, it's not a ship. And you have long-range attacks, but also when you get close, you bust out a sword, which is insanely powerful in this version. I keep saying this version because this originated as a TurboGrafx CD or PC Engine CD game. Technically a Super CD, which required a Super System Card 2.0 or a PC Engine Duo. The Sega CD version is downgraded in a lot of ways. There's some screen transitions that just don't even show up at all. The difficulty has been nerfed a lot. Which, if you're experienced at shmups, is kind of a bummer, but if you're not, it's probably actually a good thing. I do think this is a good beginner shmup because of how much easier it is. And you pick up money in the form of crystals. The red ones are worth more than the blue ones, but just grab as many as you can. And in between levels, you'll get to re-up your equipment, your energy, firepower energy, stuff like that. Top bar in the top right portion of the screen is your weapon energy level. It's got three tiers. When it's up in the blue tier, you're maxed out on firepower. The little circles, 3 circles at the bottom, those are bombs. It's okay to just use all of your bombs in this, because you can just buy them again in between levels. They're really affordable. Like $100 a piece, so... Ace says, I love the Sega CD version because I can actually complete it. Yeah. Not everybody's a shmup master, you know? So, like, a lot of the hardcore players will be like, oh, I hate this version because it's easy. And it's like, well, not everybody's at your level, man, so... I've been playing this version since the 90s, and so I can kind of sleepwalk my way through it. But I still love it. It's still a top-tier game on the system. Especially if you love some melodic metal. Hey, Leo, welcome back. You missed a few games, Leo. We started off with Final Fight CD. We went to Batman Returns, just the driving mode. And we actually got to the final boss in it. And then we did a playthrough of Mortal Kombat. And then we played some NBA Jam. And now we're on Lords of Thunder. So you missed some, but not like a ton.
May I help you?
Right, let's go ahead and buy a shield. I do, John Evan, but it's the music in it is by that douchebag known as Tommy Tellerico. And so I can't play it on stream. I'll get copyright claims. Yeah, so you guys will unfortunately never see Terminator on my channel. It does suck, John, because a lot of people like that game. And that type of, like, Western-developed platform, not usually my favorite, but I actually fired it up earlier this year to try to actually make progress through it. And I was like, you know, it's actually kind of a fun game. I'll give it credit. I do think it's a little overrated, but, part of it has to do with my taste. I'm just much more of a fast action-style platformer, not... Like, Terminator's a little bit slower paced. Yeah, unfortunately, anything with Tommy Tallarico on the platform, I can't really do because he copyright claims everything. So, no Earthworm Jim, which really sucks because it's an awesome version of the game. Definitely one of the reasons to have a Sega CD. Alright, we should be getting close to the boss fight. Alright, boss time. Cool says, don't people like RoboCop versus Terminator? Some people do. We actually did a Genesis stream earlier this year, and I worked my way through RoboCop versus Terminator, and I really did not like the Genesis version. It was super repetitious and unfair. But I fired up the Super Nintendo version recently, and that's way more fair and more fun, in my opinion. More varied level design, too. But Tommy Tallarico had nothing to do with those games. Just the Terminator on Sega CD. Thankfully. Alright, let's see. What do I want to use here? Let's go with the water armor.
May I help you?
The water armor is a little overpowered in this one. And it makes kind of a grating sound effect, too. Alright, so the elixir will revive us if we die, which is probably not going to happen. Thank you. That voice acting was added into this version, so that's something that's pretty cool. Yeah, since you do a lot more damage in this version, this weapon is actually insanely useful. It's not quite as useful in the PC Engine one because it doesn't do as much damage. Cool, since the Sega CD has some alright stuff. To be honest, though, he got more mileage out of the 32X. What? Like, that should be reversed, man. Cool, since I think the sounds are still better on the PC Engine, to be honest. I think I definitely like a lot of the Genesis sound effects more. But what I noticed is that the sound effects don't cut out as much in the PC Engine version. Cool says 32X has great Virtua Racing and Virtua Fighter ports. That's what he spent most of his time with. So you're basically saying I only played 2 games versus a couple games on the Sega CD. I mean, that's fair, but I feel like if you start exploring the library a lot more, that the tides will turn on how much time you spend with the platforms. But I totally agree. Like I mean, Virtua Fighter and Virtua Racing are like top tier games for you know, the 32X and like really the Genesis as a whole. They're very good versions of those games. But yeah, 32X is, I'd say it's a little underrated. It's got more fun games than people give it credit. I actually should do a 32X stream before October hits. It's turning into a bullet hell now, because I definitely picked the wrong weapon for this level. But picking the wrong weapon can sometimes make things more interesting. Yeah, I find this weapon's actually not nearly as effective in this version. It's actually probably the best weapon in the PC Engine one. But in the Sega CD one, it's definitely nerfed quite a bit, which is actually kind of interesting. Yeah, I definitely picked the wrong weapon. I'm actually struggling, and I don't ever struggle in this version. Man, that's rough. Pancho says he read the Hardcore Gaming 101 article in this game. They basically said always use water. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Fire is actually really, really good in this game. That's okay. We'll get all of our upgrades back. That was a really bad weapon choice. Ace says, I find the sound effects are way too loud in the PC Engine version most of the time. He can't really hear the music very well. Yes, that is definitely an issue with that version, for sure. Pool says prices have been out of control forever, though, unfortunately. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like I told 90s gamer guy, or gaming guy, like, use like a Raspberry Pi, use a Mister, do software emulation, or if you got real hardware, like just burn CDs. There's no copy protection, so there's no reason to be like keeping yourself from playing these games just because they're expensive. Like, there's other ways to experience them. Scott says there's a surprising 207 games released worldwide on the Sega CD. Yes.
May I help
Yeah,
you?
probably at least a quarter of those are like Japanese only, I'm guessing. But if you have a flash card, you can actually change the region BIOS of your Sega CD and play those Japanese games. Cool says he's just weird about committing to games he doesn't own. Yeah, see, that's just a mental roadblock. Some of us got over it a long time ago, others still struggle with it, and I get it, but, you know, you could get over it. You just gotta make the effort. And, yeah, you know, and you could just seriously use the justification of the games are really stupid expensive now. Like, let's be realistic. It's 2023. It's not 2003. Lyle Wiley says Batman Returns is by far his favorite Sega CD game. Nice. We actually played that earlier. We got to the last boss on the driving-only game. Console says, emulate all the things! I mean, another option, if you really gotta quote-unquote own the games, you could always try to buy a Genesis Mini Volume 2. There's quite a few good Sega CD games on that. No Lords of Thunder, unfortunately. Which was kind of weird to see. Since Lords of Thunder was on the PC Engine Mini. No Prince of Persia CD either, yeah. And that's kind of a bummer, Leo. We're gonna play that later. We've actually been going for 3.5 hours now. I'm not sure how long we're gonna go. Looks like it's close to 8 p.m. We might go another 2 or 3 hours. We'll see. Cool. Yeah, you're thinking of Batman and Robin. I think it uses the same scaling engine for its gameplay, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. It's driving only, but it's quite different. I never quite got into it fully, but it is, I think, probably worth trying. Alright, this is our second to last level. I like to go with fire on this level because it just cuts through everything. Am I hopping on Twitch after? Probably, yeah. I might do more Dreamcast again. I'm not sure. I did borrow my brother's Dreamcast console because my copy of Sonic Adventure refuses to load on my Dreamcast. So... like I should just be using my sword more often because it's so overpowered in this one. Anybody in the know, was the Genesis Mini 2 ever hacked? I want to say no, it was not, but I don't really pay attention to that stuff anymore because I've got so many other ways to play these games. Leo says it wasn't publicly hacked, but it was hacked. Okay, why not publicly hacked? So I guess that means, like, none of us could get the hack? Even if we wanted to? I mean, if I could get the hack, I would heavily consider, like, buying one on payday. Well, I mean, I don't really need it, now that I think about it. This is probably the hardest boss in the game. The collision on this boss has always been weird to me, both in this version and the PC Engine one. Wow! Okay.
Duran had defeated the 6 Dark Generals and protected the 6 continents of Mistral. But the High Priest Sornval had been successful in the construction of the Dark Tower over the Seal of Deoric. With this tower to magnify his force, Sornval will be able to resurrect the evil god Deoric.
Alright, this is our final level. There's a few boss fights in here. I guess I'll do water armor.
May I
Why not?
help you?
Yeah, Scott, I totally agree. The music is amazing in this game. Oh, goodbye, continue. And another continue.
Thank you.
Don't need any of it, but it's okay. Now, if I really wanted to challenge myself, I could use the earth armor. But I'm not going to. I'm pretty sure like fire flies up here in the duo version. Alright, now we start to go backwards. I think it's the only point in the game where you actually go backwards. It's a nice way to mix things up. It's actually a pretty tricky part, even in this version of the game. Ah, screw it. Just get up there. I was trying to do it like the old-fashioned way. Actually dodge and shoot. Wow. try this just for fun.
May I help you?
Alright, so for this part, we don't actually have to spend our money. I think we get everything, except for bombs. So we're just gonna go to exit, and we should get all of our upgrades. I think even the shield. I think we even get a triple shield. Yeah, unfortunately this version always, like, bugs out here. Yep, there we go. Oh, we don't get a shield. Okay, I should have bought the shield then. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Yeah, this is a 3-phase final boss fight. Oh, was not expecting that. Thought it always starts from the left, but apparently not. Oh, that's really interesting. I'm not, I'm taking hits here. I'm not losing my weapon energy. I wonder if that's because of that goddess chick? I don't know. I'm pretty sure in the Turbo Graphics version you do lose your weapon energy here. It's so metal, dude. It actually is a really good final boss tune, but this guy dies so fast that it doesn't even really matter. Oh man. You're invincible when you use your bombs too, so I just mashed the bomb button. Oh man. Alright, that was Lords of Thunder. This is one of my favorite ending themes of all time. It's so good. Even more so than the Turbo version. Alright. That was fun. Alright, let's go ahead and reset. Alright, now this next one is kind of like out of left field. This is Novastorm, which is an on-rails shooter using combination of sprites and full motion video. It's like Microcosm, but I think it's a lot better than Microcosm. But I haven't messed around with the Sega CD version too much. I know it looks gaudy, but it might be kind of fun. We'll see. Yeah, good old Psygnosis.
Members of the Supreme Council, Federated Worlds, we are in a crisis situation, threatening all... In recent months, mysterious systems crashes have plagued all of our systems. Initially thought to be just software error, ever now points to something else.
2 years ago, every major computer center in the system was linked by the data grid. A central control program was set up relying on newly developed self-modifying routines designed to...
The grid code is rapidly maturing, becoming increasingly sure of its action. On Boldor, manufacturing facilities are being damaged beyond repair. Little habitat is displaced.
This FMV is special.
The situation is critical. We don't know what the grid code wants, but its intentions are definitely hostile.
Yeah, the syncing on the voice acting is not very good.
One of these appears to be on the volcanic planet. The elite Scavenger 4 unit is to be ordered there on a search and destroy mission. Once the data core is destroyed, we will be in control of the planetary computer systems.
This mission is of the utmost importance. Only Scavenger 4 is capable of carrying it out.
$20 says we're gonna get wrecked in this game too. It is a Psygnosis. Their games are always like, super unfair. Unless it's Wipeout. Yeah, this game was on a bunch of different platforms, and there are similarities between a lot of them, but there are also big differences, too. I want to say this is, like, closer to the 3DO version. It's a Psygnosis game. We're gonna crank up those lives. The PlayStation version was actually, like a brand new game, I think. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, we'll see how we do here. Like I said, I wanted to play a couple of oddball titles, and this is one of them. This one doesn't get talked about much on Sega CD. And probably for good reason? I don't know. We'll see. Cool. No, I don't even know if I have Microcosm. I didn't see it in my stack. But this is Novastorm. There we go. It looks like A is my bomb. C is my regular shot. Yeah, and you gotta watch out for background elements too, and like you can actually get hurt by the background in this game. But since it's all full motion video, it's hard to tell like what you can get hurt by and what you can't get hurt by. Microcosm had the same problem, but even worse. seems okay so far, though. We'll see how mean it gets. If I owned this in the mid-90s, I probably would have really liked it. Ah, this boss is in the PlayStation version. Think we got him. Ace says he had it on the 3DO. He was impressed at the time. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the 3DO one seems very similar to this one, but it's like cleaned up a lot and the video looks a lot better. I don't know how, if it's like one-to-one in terms of stage design and stuff like that. I'll have to look it up after this stream. It's been a long time since I've dabbled. What the? Apparently I got slammed against the floor and I died instantly. Memorize or die. Hey, Vince. Vince says, I don't think I've ever seen this game before in my life, but that soundtrack jams. Definitely a little sparse on power-ups. Oh, did I just get downgraded? I just got downgraded. Wonderful. Excuse me. Yeah, you got this charge attack, but I don't know how powerful it actually is. I'm trying to figure out what the weak spot is. I feel like it's the green spot on the ship, but I can't really tell. No, I was actually hitting that guy's head and it was working. Think we got it? Or did we not get it? Hey Tom, welcome back. You rolled the credits on Hades today, very nice. Hey FPS Fanatic, welcome back. There we go. It's a little bit better. Oh. Yeah, you gotta watch out for the rocks. You can actually slam into them. Ugh. Tom, question for you. Hades, I assume it's sort of a horror-themed game, a little bit? Do you think it would be a good game to, like, blind stream in October? No, it's Greek mythology, not horror. Okay. I thought it was like a spooky take on Greek mythology, but okay. That's a bummer. Oh, that was cheap. Extremely cheap. Excuse me. Yeah, I figured since it dealt with basically Greek's version of hell that there would be some spooky stuff in it, but okay. Atrocity, you might be thinking of Microcosm, which I want to say was on FM Towns.
Eleanor defense ships are now
But yeah,
joining
same
our
company,
forces.
Signosis.
Good to have you along.
Yeah, this is Novastorm. I mean, Novastorm might have even been on FM Towns as well. Now that I think about it.
Engage hyperdrive.
So I guess we're on a different planet now. It sounds like some Battle Monsters music for Saturn. Oh, Scavenger 4, yes. Yep, I remember that one too. Yep. Yeah, this is definitely amped up in difficulty, jeez. I'm super weak. Yes, I have played Another World, yeah. Also known as Out of This World in North America. I played that game a lot. And I played the sequel on Sega CD. What is this? A homing shot? Sort of? I have no idea. No, it's more like a spread shot. It's weird. Hey, Michael. And hey, Andy. How are you supposed to avoid that? This seems one of the problems with, like, FMV backgrounds. I think we did it. Michael, this is Novastorm. Wow. And I don't think this, I don't think we're gonna be lasting much longer with this game. What's up, Aquas? Is he playing Batman again? No, we actually did that earlier on in the stream. I think Batman was actually our second game. Okay, man, this isn't really the proper place for that, you know. Do it at home. Ooh, nice. I did not play Time Gal. You know, I can't find my stack of FMV games. And Time Gal is in that stack. Time Gal is actually pretty fun. Same with Road Avenger. I think Revenge of the Ninja is pretty cool. Similar type of gameplay. Oh, nice, Aquas. I didn't know they redrew scenes for Time Gal on the Sega CD one. That's pretty cool. I had no idea. One of the things about this game is, like, it's so hard to tell what's actually doing damage and when. I'm thinking maybe he's doing damage when, like, he blinks. Like, when he does his attack, he blinks yellow, and I think when enemies are yellow, that's when, like, their weak spot is open. I keep thinking the game's gonna fake me out and, like, kill me during one of the cutscenes. It's like, oh, you didn't beat this boss in time. You are dead. All these enemies are pretty tanky. My firepower just doesn't seem that effective. Oh! The tail kills you. Great. So much trial and error because you don't know what part of the FMV can actually hurt you. Well, this is by far the most I've seen into the game. I've only played, like, a couple screens previously. It's a game that never, like, grabbed me, but I always kind of wanted to go back and give it a more serious attempt. I'm so weak, too. I mean, I could try charging up, but it just doesn't really... It's very difficult to actually hit enemies with your charge attack. Oh no, I switched back. I hate it when games allow you to downgrade intentionally. Like, what is the point? Outside of making it more frustrating. The Vampire Master of Darkness on the Master System and Game Gear does the exact same thing. Oh, you got the best weapon in the game? Here's a dagger, sucker. Now beat the final boss with a knife. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of games doing that to you. And this game just did it to me. I guess part of it is because I just don't know any better right now. Still trying to figure out what all the power-ups do. Wow, I don't know what I got hit by, but like 80% of my health just got drained.
Eleanor pilots are returning to base. Thanks for the support, fellas. Target.
FPS is Snatcher is his favorite game in the Sega CD. Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of people. Funny enough, that's a game I still have not played through. It's definitely a bucket list game. I want to try to go through that someday. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Alright, you know what? I think I'm giving up on this game. It's getting a little tedious at this point. Tedium at its finest. I'm just so weak, it's not even, it's just not fun, like, attacking the enemies. They take so many hits. It's not exciting. And that was Novastorm. I will probably never see that far into the game again.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame. Wow, all that work and I'm still high score number 5. That's disappointing. Oh man. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting game. I probably would have liked it a little bit, you know, when I was younger, but man, those enemies, they take so many hits.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame.
So many hits. Yeah, they take way too many hits. Kind of curious about the PS1 version again, see how like tanky the enemies get in that. All right, let's go ahead and reset. But yeah, I remember the PlayStation version having some of the same bosses, but the levels were like totally different. Alright, this is gonna be kind of a goofy one. And it's actually gonna play a little weird, because I don't have a light gun. Well, technically I do, but I can't use it on a LCD. Quite possibly, 90s gaming guy. Whoa, what the hell? It just spat my disc back out. I think we're going to power cycle the console again. Yep, I just turned it off. Alright, let's see what happens. Hopefully this works. I thought this worked last time I tried it. Okay. Looks like it might be working now. Yeah, sweet, awesome. Yeah, it seems like when I reset the console too many times, like the FPGA just kind of like screws up, and then the Sega CD will no longer read the discs. So, the same thing happened with NBA Jam. Well, sort of. The music in NBA Jam would not play. But yeah, this is the Sega CD version of Lethal Enforcers. If you have a light gun, this is actually a really fun game. But there's basically, I want to say, like no graphical upgrade from the Genesis version. But you do get the arcade CD soundtrack, which is pretty cool. Yeah, exactly, Maximum. The soundtrack is a banger. Totally. But yeah, I think the CD soundtrack is basically the only improvement the Sega CD version has. Alright.
Player one.
So we're going to be using the D-pad on this one, which is going to be a little weird, but yeah. That's not even really full motion video. I'm pretty sure it's just like still images, just like one after the other in rapid succession. Make it look like FMV. If you play the Genesis version, it's identical. I'm trying to reload. Okay, C is reload. Yeah, I'm really struggling with my D-pad here. Holy crap. I am using a Genesis 6-button controller. I'm noticing there's some weird, like, inertia with the reticle. I mean, like, any other game of this type, light gun is the way to play it. And I do want to do that sometime on my CRT. These enemies are so 90s. Like you do with the stash and the glasses. Dude, why am I going diagonally? I'm not trying to go diagonally. What does lead taste like? Tastes like chicken. Hey, Liberal Arts guy, welcome back. Yeah, it's just got that classic Konami soundtrack. It's great. I wonder if Virtua Cop was inspired by this game at all. It's got the same kind of like bad guy and hostage scenario with a 6-shooter, along with machine guns and an automatic. Aw. And it's like missiles, just like in Virtua Cop. I love that classic Konami stab. It's just so Konami. Other people did it too, but Konami did it the most.
Unit 5 out. Detective.
Oh, nice. Bonus level. I wonder how many people have actually seen this version of the game. Like, no one ever mentions Lethal Enforcers on Sega CD. It's kind of one of those things where, like, if you don't have the light gun, it's a little difficult to play. Like, with my Genesis 6-button pad here, I'm just going diagonal all the time by accident, so... And I don't have that problem when I play the shmups, though, which is weird. I feel like it's an issue with this game. Oh. Jeez. Oops. Chicken. He goes, uh-oh. Oh, man. Ah, it's burning through our credits. Shame there's not much in the way of, like, background interaction. Oops, I didn't even see that guy. Yeah, 90s gaming guy. I'm really surprised they didn't upgrade the visuals, like, at all in this version. It's kind of a bummer. I mean, at the very least, maybe add, like, more frames of animation. So I'm sure there are more frames of animation in the arcade version. I would guess, anyway. I'll have to pull up some footage of the arcade one on YouTube later. I knew he was gonna do that. I should have just shot him. But yeah, that definitely fooled me. Oh, come on! Some guys tried to take a photo.
You can't shoot me.
Drop your weapon.
Oops! Camera guy again. Ugh. I'm gonna have to also look up the video of the Genesis version, because I'm starting to wonder if the voices are actually improved in this version, like if they're using the Sega CD sample sound hardware. Because they sound pretty clean. That cop just shot at nothing. Thanks for the help, cop. So there's a moving train. Are we on a different moving train, or are we just flying outside like we're vampires or something? Now there's a game concept. Vampire cops. That should be a fun concept. I know there was Vampire Knight, but it's not quite the same. Vampire Enforcers! Oh, that was easy.
Situation under control. Unit 5 out.
Vampire PD. Yeah, that would be fun.
Patrolman.
Are you gonna be kidding me? No.
Shots fired.
Okay, we're not doing that again. Let's see if there's an alternate gameplay mode. Yeah, I don't know how many, I don't know how many hostages you can kill. It's just practice. There's no alternate mode, which is kind of a bummer. Oh, well. I guess we'll switch games. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize they were going to penalize me that much. Alright, hold on a second, guys. Alright, this one's gonna be pretty different. Like I said, we're doing some oddball games. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if this game uses up my entire backup RAM. It might be one of those games. But this is Dungeons & Dragons: Eye of the Beholder, which was an old computer game, and it was ported to a few different consoles. And apparently this version's pretty decent. And I think it's got a Yuzo Koshiro soundtrack. And so it gives it a totally different feel than any other version of the game. But we'll probably only play this for a couple minutes. But yeah, this is a Western dungeon crawler. And I don't remember the controls for this game. It's probably been like 20 years since I last tried this. So we'll try to figure it out on the fly. And I think this game actually uses the Sega mouse, which I believe I do own, but I'm not going to bust it out. Let's start a new party. Oh, this... I don't know. Let's just start a default party. Let's see if the music plays. Okay, there is music. Good.
We, the Lords of Waterdeep, have gathered to purge our city of an ancient evil. Give call to the heroes of the land, and let us choose our champions.
Master, they think they have found a solution.
We commission you to find the nature of this evil and destroy it if you are able.
If you are able.
Prepare for the dangerous journey.
It's even more dangerous since I can't save my game. Rogue mode activated. Yeah, there's another one of these types of games on the system. It's Dungeon Master.
Begin your search below the city.
I want to say Eye of the Beholder was probably the better of the two. At least probably like more well polished, I think. I don't know how the games really compare like later on in the game, but they're very similar types of games. Uh-oh, we're stuck.
Their fates are sealed.
Yeah, Dungeon Explorer does have a pretty good soundtrack, yeah. I really like that game. That's a fun game. Crestline, yeah, it might even be Dungeon Master 2. Okay. So we can turn, go forward. Let's see, we can pick this up. Lockpicks, huh? Okay. Let's give it to the fighter, or thief. Yeah, we got an inventory. Oh, she already has lockpicks. Okay. Yeah, the question is, how do I get back to my main... Okay, you click on them. Okay. Oh, interesting. No one's able to pry this door open. Okay. Flip the switch. Nice. I think I might have to click on this and... Nope. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. How do I friggin' attack? I would like to attack. Controls, please. Oh my god. That doesn't attack him. Okay, I have no idea what the frick I'm doing, man. Like, I don't know how to attack, and that's kind of a problem. Oh, you press the B button on the sword. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Let's camp. Rest party. Yeah, so you have to go over the weapon and press the B button. Wow, he takes a long time to heal. Okay, interesting. I don't think it's gonna allow us to save. Let's see. Yeah, I can't save. I mean, the visuals in this game, I'm not gonna lie, they're actually pretty decent. Like, even the menu screen is pretty good by Sega CD standards. Okay. Wow. Okay. Switch, maybe? Yep, okay. I did actually hear someone behind me over here. I want to see if we can attack them. Ah, we've got stones. Yeah, we'll definitely need those. Let's give him one. Let's go forward. I have played a couple of these types of games, but not a lot. So I do kind of understand the concepts. Like, we're gonna probably eventually need those stones to lay them on, like, ground plates. Ground switches, basically. Kobold rune for entrance. Oh, you can only attack with the guys up front. Okay, interesting. I guess that's a spell, maybe? No idea. Okay, interesting. Okay, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with that. Oh, that must have been like a... I have no idea. What if your weapons, like, degrade? I wonder if it's possible to, like, read? It is. You equip it in your other hand. This document is a binding commission of service to the lords and sovereign city of Waterdeep. The bearers of this document are agents of the Lord of Waterdeep and are granted full rights of passage beneath the city of Waterdeep. Any who would dare interfere risk the full penalty of our wrath. Okay. Okay. Skip that. I'm guessing I probably don't need that, but I'll hold on to it for now. And rations, that's right, everyone has a food meter, which is pretty typical. It looks like everybody's got some rations. Yeah, so I guess that that cross is for spells or something, and I don't have any. Pray for spells. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna guess cause light wounds is for hopefully it attacks enemies? Party needs to rest to gain spells, okay. It's definitely an interesting game, that's for sure. Oh, I can drop a character and be like, yeah, you're dead weight. Get out of my party. Yep, that actually closed the door behind us. Okay. So what I can do is do that, and then I can take... I'm guessing I can take a stone, drop it on it. No, it's not working. Okay. Maybe it's just not heavy enough. Nope, it's not gonna let me. That's a bummer. I mean, it doesn't matter because I can just walk over it again, I guess. More rations. It's also one of those kinds of games where you want to really like map out the game, because I don't think there's an in-game map. Let's see. Yeah, I don't Yeah, I don't see a map function. Yeah, exactly, Scott. You know, you break out the graph paper. Yep. I must have a free hand for this. Oh, okay. I guess that works? I have no idea. Oh, she's got, yeah, it did work. She's got a fire blade now. Let's see. My question is, how do I move them around? Swapping with the thief. Let's try that. Crestline says there is a map, you have to find it. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so it looks like my HP and food is good for most of these people. Still getting used to these controls. Alright, let's see. Is it gonna actually work this time? Oh, it does, but it's not actually on the Switch. That's weird. We got experience, apparently. Yes, you can. You can leave a party member behind. Yep. Oh, is that where I came from? I think I circled around one too many times. Oh. Oh, those are like one-time use spells. Oh, that's a bummer. Let's try the mace. It's interesting, you can constantly swap your characters. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually kind of digging this, but I'm sure this game gets, like, stupid hard later on. Got an arrow. Little button. I guess it did something. Actually, I should probably... Oh, it's not gonna let me. So I think now we've got that depressed, we can actually walk through it. Yeah. Okay, so that's to the next level. tell if I've already been here. Okay, yeah, I have. Another one. Cool. I wonder if there are like stats on each of the weapons. I can't really tell. X, Y, and Z don't seem to do anything. More rations. I don't know how you use rations. Oh. Yeah, you put it on the dinner plate. Okay. It's interesting. Okay. He says, what does the 0 mean on the map button? What do you... Oh, you mean this. Ah. We do have a map. But we don't have a map. I think we probably have to pick up an item that will fill this in for us. Wow, there are 12 levels. Okay. Yeah, good eye there. I didn't even notice that. I figured that was just, like, meaningless for now. But yeah, it looks like you can click on it. Actually, probably somewhat useful to figure out how close to the exit I am. Like, I could go ahead and use it right now. Getting closer. Yeah, that's my guess, Crestline, yeah. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. I do like that the mage can throw the daggers. That's pretty cool. So he can actually attack from the back row. Yeah, the red dot's probably where I need to go. Yeah, I agree. It's just that everything looks the same, so... Oh, hey, look at that. Speak of the devil. Okay. Actually, I wonder if I can just do daggers in both hands. Screw magic. He's just, he's John Wick now, in dagger mode. Alright, let's, check this out. Alright, see ya, John Evan. Have a good night. Okay, so I need to go... okay, I know where I need to go. I'm kind of bummed that I can't save my game, because I would actually like to continue to play this. Alright, let's put a shield in his hand. I feel like I did see a switch, yeah. That's for that. That doesn't really matter. Yep, there we go. Berzuru, yes, this is the only version of the game with this music, as far as I'm aware. It was by Yuzo Koshiro, who was working at Sega at the time. So I guess I could camp. Okay, interesting. So I think I have to rest party. Hey, Odd One, welcome back. So I wonder if resting like this affects how hungry you are. Because we just went 80 hours without eating. Ooh, magic missile. Hey, Venom, what's going on? The door appears stuck. Okay, so that key was one-time use. So lock requires a key that I don't have. Did the food meter go down while resting? I can't really tell because it's not displayed while you're resting. So I'm gonna assume it doesn't have an effect on the food. Guess this is our first major puzzle. Oh, you know what? We might even have to go back up to the other floor. It's possible there might be another key in the other floor. Only the strong shall pass. The party forces the door. You had to read that. Okay, interesting. Holy crap. Potion taken. Speak, friend, and enter. What an odd carving to place here. The dagger fits. Okay. Oh, nice. Can't wait till later on in the game where there's probably like random switches, you flip them and you get crushed or something, like the ceiling falls on you. Nice. Hey, Major Havoc. Yeah, I mean, I think the music's great in this game. I think it's, makes the game more fun. There's a lot of games like these, you know, you'd have like, I don't know, fantastical tunes. It's like, okay, that's cool, but I don't know. I dig this soundtrack. Keeps me more interested in it, anyway. We're probably going to switch games here in a minute. I'm actually quite hungry and getting tired, so we might only play one more game or so. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. I'd say we played a pretty eclectic lineup of games. Yeah, I would definitely like to play this with the mouse. So what is that, rope? Oh, it's a sling. Okay. I wonder if she can... Yes. Venom, we played quite a few games. Mortal Kombat, Batman Returns, Final Fight CD, Novastorm, Lords of Thunder, NBA Jam. I might be missing something. I'm not sure. A hollow laughter echoes faintly. Yeah, I have no idea. Attacking the wall doesn't do anything. Ah, you just go through it. You just walk through it. That's actually really cool. I saw the dagger go through the wall. Yeah, I can't... Major Havoc, I think the save file takes up your entire Sega CD storage. So, it's okay. It's not a big deal. I can always come back to this later, some other time. We're only on the second floor, so it's not like I've made a lot of progress. And so far, the difficulty's pretty tame, which is nice. Interesting, there's... Oh, what is that? Orc Rune of Passage. Huh. I just went through the wall. Okay. Maximum, yeah, it said that I can't save because I haven't formatted my Sega CD, but it's like, I definitely have. There's data on there, so I feel like it's one of those that requires... It's like Shining Force, where it requires like every single block. Actually, Shining Force might even require the RAM cartridge. Alright, well with that, I think we can go ahead and switch games. It is pretty cool, though. Yeah, see, it's not giving me a save slot. Which is a bummer. No, that's okay. It's not a big deal. Hey, Adam, what's going on? Well, yeah. This is actually a pretty well-regarded game on the platform for people that are into that genre. I think a lot of it is the music. Alright guys, this will probably be our last game. You guys have seen me play this quite a few times. But it's one of my favorite Sega CD games, and it was one of the first Sega CD games I ever got back in the day. I got this, Batman Returns, Sewer Shark, and Prince of Persia all at the same time. Yeah, unfortunately, since we're on my Model 1 Sega CD, I don't have data for this game. So we're not going to have all the extra characters and stuff like that.
From the first seconds of time I've come. Born of human spirit, I travel throughout space and time to ensure the protection of all mankind. In this continuum, mankind shall fade from existence unless a great change takes place. I am the instrument of this change, for I am the eternal champion. The downfall of man is traceable to the sudden deaths of key individuals that were meant for greatness, but were struck down before their time. I have used much of my power, traveling through time, gathering up these doomed souls moments before their untimely destruction. I will hold a great contest, and I will return the victor to fulfill their rightful destiny and to save mankind from the forces of chaos and ruin. Slash, 50,000 BC. A caveman of superior intelligence, cornered by resentful tribesmen. Ramses III, 151 BC, last of the great pharaohs, lost in the river of time. Trident, 110 BC. Hero of Atlantis, sealing that island's fate when defeated by Roman treachery. Riptide, 1566 AD. A freebooter that lived for adventure and justice on the high seas and died for pieces of 8. Xavier Pendragon, 1692, an alchemist burned as a warlock. Raven Gindar, 1802, A mystic healer with control over time itself, but blind to her own dark fate. Dawson McShane, 1849. A lone wolf with a taste for gold and an eye for justice. Jetta Max, 1899. A circus acrobat skilled in savate, this royal Russian fell victim to sabotage. Lawson Tyler, 1920. An ex-cat burglar and kung fu expert. He realized the mob's treachery much too late. Saro Yamoto, 1993. A corporate assassin whose change of heart ended her career. Mitchell Middleton Knight, a.k.a. Midnight, 2100 AD. A scientist turned cursed vampire by a virus of his own creation. Jonathan Blake, 2030. A bounty hunter sent to track down a deranged scientist and his poisonous vial of chemicals. He is set up by his own government and eliminated. Rex Coswell, 2345. A destructive combination of man and machine killed to ensure a winning wager. These are my champions. Let the contest begin.
Not so fast, Mike. You didn't notice our 4 new contestants. I withheld them hoping to hasten your destruction, but I weary of all this scribble and scrawl, so I too shall join your contest. Be warned, my power will destroy everything you put out here.
All right. Yeah, it's a long intro, but I always thought the concept was pretty cool, like Atrocity mentioned in chat. But yeah, this is kind of like, it's like a sequel to Eternal Champions, but it's more like a more fuller, complete version. The engine, I think, is vastly different from the Genesis port. The collision is very different. You can actually combo in this version. Frame rate is like rock solid, whereas the Genesis version gets weird, runs at this like weird frame rate and looks choppy a lot of times. You got all brand new CD music, full motion video, obviously, as you saw. The fatality count has been upped like crazy. There's 2 stage fatalities per level now. There's a full motion video fatality per character. There is a Killer Instinct style ultimate fatality. And I feel like I'm missing one, but it's got a lot of stuff. But yeah, awesome game on Sega CD. Alright, so down here at the bottom, this is our difficulty select. It's a little obtuse, we're gonna leave it on the default. And you've got the pretty much the original cast, but you also have these 4 new characters down here. Now, either by doing certain things in game or using a cheat code, you can actually flesh out this entire screen where, like, the entire screen is filled with characters. Like, there's a Grim Reaper, there's a Senator, like was mentioned, there's a bunch of other guys, actually. So, you can get it like a chicken and a snake, and, I forgot what else there is. I think there's a monkey. It's pretty funny. The game takes itself seriously, but it also doesn't take itself seriously at the same time. It's like a fun hybrid. But just like we always do, we're going to play as Larson, since he's my most familiar character. Yeah, Vince says Super Eternal Champions Turbo. That is kind of what this is. It's like, it's not a full-on sequel, but it's definitely more than enough added content from the Genesis game and enough enhancements to warrant it as like its own thing. Yeah, you can actually do some slight air juggles in this. You get like one free hit in the air once you launch somebody into the air. And if you've never played Eternal Champions, you've got the yin-yang symbols up top. And whenever you use a special attack, the yin-yang sort of like splits apart and depletes. So you can't just spam projectiles over and over again, because you'll eventually run out of energy and you have to let it charge back up. I've got a couple different Let's Plays of this on my channel, and I'm pretty sure I played through it on stream before too, so this is not a first for my channel. But again, this is one of my favorite Sega CD games. It's kind of like a comfort food game for me. Oh, we got it. Okay, so this is one of the stage fatalities. Basically, if an enemy lands at a certain spot, you'll activate the stage fatality. This game's pretty over the top with the violence, too, FYI, in case you've got kids watching. Yeah, that was an overkill. So you've got two different stage fatalities. One's called Overkill. The other one it might be like Sudden Death or something like that. And Atrocity says, one of the things I love about the Sega CD is so many games with great music. Yes, exactly. That's one of the reasons I love the Sega CD. There are lots of memorable soundtracks on it. And the interesting thing about the Sega CD is, like, unlike the PC Engine, where, like, the majority of the PC Engine's library was developed in Japan, a lot of the Sega CD stuff was Western developed, and so you've got like this interesting dynamic with the soundtracks. A lot of stuff done by Sega US, or Sega's US division. They had their own like sound department with, you know, music studio, and apparently, which I think is probably where this music was actually made, I'm guessing. Now there's kind of a cheap strategy with Larson here, where you do this attack, it does a little bit of chip damage, teensy tiny bit, and you get the opponent in a corner, and they'll basically just get chipped to death. Okay, we got her. Larson is what we would call in Street Fighter a charge character, so a lot of his moves are hold back for a second or two, press forward and attack. And if you do it with the light punch, he does a reflect attack. Boom, just like that. Nice, we got another one. I think the last time I played this game, I didn't really get any of the stage fatalities. When I'm showing it off to people, I always love getting them because it is a big part of the draw of this game. I wish they did like a do-doon, 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 do-doon. Missed opportunity. They should have did like a parody of the Jaws theme. That would have made it so much better. Like wah 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 wah. Like do the same kind of tone but do it in reverse. That would have been awesome. You know, I would have just counted as parody. I see that very rarely. Yeah, so like this right here. And we'll probably end up doing this on the final boss. Because the final boss is like a crazy endurance round. Here we go. No, I always forget where he has to land on this one. Yeah, the jackal statues that are in the foreground, one of them actually comes to life and basically tears them apart, and it's one of the more gruesome fatalities in the game. It's pretty cool. Oh, and in this level also has one of the most gruesome ones too. We'll see if we can get it. This is one of the easiest ones to get. You just have to throw them into the right corner. Alright, round one down. I do a lot of jump kicking in this game because generally I don't get punished for it. Alright, we got it. Alright, unfortunately, the cavern's going light again. We have to wait for it to cycle back to dark, so we're going to be waiting for about 30 seconds. It's one of those quirks in this game. Well, I got 3 easy ones, Crestline. You know, a few of them you can activate just by throwing them against the edge of a screen. That's it. And I always have to say, just imagine, somebody actually had to draw that. I've been developing, being on the development team for this game, was a joy. I watched one of, the Fatality compilation videos, and one of the old developers talked about how they, poured their heart and souls into the game. And you can kind of tell, they went way overboard with so much content, you will never see unless you watch a compilation video on YouTube. And the other thing about the soundtrack in this game is there's a lot of different music styles. So you've basically just got thrash metal right now. Larson's theme is more just straightforward heavy metal, hard rock. Then you got lots of techno stuff. Oh, I was trying to do one of my specials. Didn't work. I want to get him onto this side. Ooh, I was trying to reflect that. Oh, nice, we got it. And this is one of the fatalities from the Genesis version, but obviously it's better in this one. Every fatality that existed in the first game, it's amped up a little bit in this one. You hear it swallow. Pretty tame compared to the other ones, but still. It's always fun getting those. Alright, Blade. You gotta watch the fatality the fatality compilation videos on YouTube, and do it with a couple of beers in your system. You can thank me later. Come on. I want to get him over this way. Come on, Blade, stop being a dick. I just want to... Damn, we messed it up. Yeah, the fan fatality in this one is, like, way amped up over the Genesis version. I really wanted to show that off. I'm your biggest fan. Yeah, Rax's stage fatalities are always hard for me to get. Load times in this game aren't really that bad at all either. They're better than Mortal Kombat. Which is kind of funny, because I feel like there's more going on with the visuals in this game. Although, to be fair, Probe was one of those developers that was kind of known for, like, cutting corners. Like Mortal Kombat Sega CD, I'm gonna guess probably could have been better than it turned out, and I still enjoy it. But you know, this game came out I think a year later, and it's like it's got a lot going on with huge characters, and it takes less time to load. One cool feature in this level is you'll notice in the background, there's a hit counter. It tracks every hit you do for both opponents. It's pretty cool. Nice little touch. I always forget where he has to stand on this one for the fatality. Alright, Xavier. Xavier is always the toughest one for me. Because I like to jump in a lot, but if you try to jump against him, he'll do an uppercut attack. And it does a lot of damage, and it has crazy priority. So I might have to actually get him against the corner and just cheese him. Okay. Trying to hit him as he wakes up. That way there's less likelihood of him reflecting my attack. And that's it. No fatality, unfortunately. It's too dangerous trying to do the fatality on him. I keep calling them fatalities when they're named completely different, but who cares? You guys know what I mean. Trident. I like fighting Trident because he's pretty easy. I can just do a lot of strings. Yeah, the biggest improvement in this game over the Genesis one is the fact you can actually do combos now. In the Genesis game, it was like one hit, and that was it. It was a really shallow combat system, but this has a lot more going on. And it's still pretty basic, but just, it's got enough depth to where it's like, it's way more interesting to play, way more fun. I just wish I could find, like, a human player that actually knew what they were doing in this game, because I've never played this with anybody that had any idea what they were doing. So I've just kind of learned how to do single player. But it's one of those fighting games where I literally just do single player and that's it. Actually trying to think, I think we've actually gone through most of the opponents already. So we're actually getting close to the final boss already. I'm trying to think of who I'm missing. I don't remember if you do like a mirror match in this. Oh, that's right, we still have to do Shadow. Oh, that's right, Raven. Yep, she's one of the new characters. 1802 AD. Trinidad. I bet with some of her moves, she's probably pretty fun to play as. I should try to branch out one of these days and just experiment with different characters. Nope. Damn. Thought she had to be on top of that torch in the background. Maybe I'm supposed to just, like, knock her into the pot. I think on the opposite torch, you'll get that center fatality. Yep, Shadow. I think Shadow's probably our last one. Unless I have to fight myself, but I don't think I do. Cage says, absolute shame this wasn't on the Genesis Mini too. I totally agree. I don't know why they didn't put it on. This is a big game for the Sega CD, in my opinion. At least it was for me. It's like, it improved so much over the Genesis version. It's a shame it's not really archived, preserved in an official capacity. One of my favorite Sega CD games. Oh, we got it! This is probably the electric sign one. Yeah. I do like the kaiju one, though. There's one where you land on a certain spot and basically, like, a kaiju foot comes down and smashes you. Oh, that's right, Midnight. Forgot about Midnight. I always forget about Midnight. Ooh. It's okay, I can throw you. I think Larson could actually jump off the walls. Yep. I always forget about that. Yeah, throw you again. Larson's also got a move where you can, like, latch onto the ceiling, just like that. Kinda cool. Frozen in midair. Yes, we got it. This is one of the more over-the-top ones. It's just funny. Oh no, it's the wrong one. Crap. I must have just missed it. I mean, this is still kind of funny too. There's one where, like, you fall through a trap door, and it's got all these... It's like this long vertical shaft. It's like a mile long. And it's got all these, like, blades and choppers that, like, cut up your opponent. and it's got like 4 or 5 phases, and it's so long and it's just funny. Alright, so the Eternal Champion. This is like a 6, 7, or 8 phase boss fight. I want to say it's 8 phases. And, yeah, you get like 1 or 2 chances, and that's it. And if you fail this, then, it's basically game over, I think? You get the bad ending? And then after this, you have to fight the Dark Eternal Champion, which is exclusive to this version of the game. So it's a lot of work trying to beat this game and get the good ending. Okay, you get a little bit of health back on every phase, which is good. Not a lot of health, so you preferably don't want to take too much damage. Yikes. That was a lot of damage. Nice. Oh, that's a rough one right there. Okay, could you stop doing that, please? That'd be nice. Ah! Oh, and again. At least he's not capitalizing on that. There we go. Yeah, that water blade kind of like, it goes forward, you can block the front, but it hits you from behind, so ideally you just want to jump over it. This is what I was talking about earlier. And you get infinite time in this last boss, or these last bosses. So I might as well just cheese them. Try to get some health back. Alright, round 2. Yes, I agree. It's only fair I bend the rules a little bit, given how long this fight is. Okay, that's one. Juggle is not working. Alright. Now we gotta do the same thing all over again, but with the Dark Eternal Champion. And if we do this, we get the good ending. It's a lot of work, but I kind of like it. Because it's like, it's not just your standard arcade mode. You know, it's like, you gotta put some effort in to get the good ending on this game. And you still get a bad ending if, you know, if you fail. But basically same concept as last time, except I think this guy's attacks are a little more dangerous. They're a little more unique. Oops. Look at that, holy crap. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, so given how long this is, you really gotta take advantage of the cheese. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Some of his special attacks go on for a really long time. Hey, Vornak, this is Eternal Champions Challenge from the Dark Side. Or you can just kind of call it Eternal Champions CD for short. It kind of works both ways. Alright, that was the first 4. That was actually faster than expected. We're on the final boss now. Yeah, the visuals are pretty well done in this game. Some nice pixel art. Keep them cornered, I guess. That's the best strategy. They are actually different, yes. He's got a totally different moveset on each one. But thankfully I'm not letting him do his special attacks. They're really dangerous. Let's see. Cheese! Oh. We did it, guys. We just beat the game. So we know we get a fairly long ending. Nope, it was not an exaggeration. And you have to do it twice. Between the regular Eternal Champion and the Dark Eternal Champion.
You have won the right to return to your life. Live long.
Larson disarms the bomb that would normally kill him. Saves a hospital wing.
We will fight this battle forever. Time will just reset, and it shall occur again.
That didn't look that painful. No, they don't know because they were teleported out right before it happened, so they're still in the dark. I guess in some cases, like some cases it doesn't make sense. Alright, that is Eternal Champion CD, or Challenge from the Dark Side. Yeah, Sega Interactive Development Division. Yep, there's one of the secret characters. big team for the time. I mean, especially for a Sega CD game. Chronos, huh? They're not the ones that did, like, Criticom, did they? Oh my god, it is the same people that made Criticom and Dark Rift. Wow, okay. I didn't realize they did the CG for this game. That's insane. Wow. Atrocity, yes, there are more characters in this game than those games, yeah. Yep. Pretty big testing team, unless like they just listed all the Sega internal testers at the time and whether they tested it or not. Yeah, I don't mind Dark Rifts, and I think it's probably fun playing against a human being. It's a little rough if you play it against the AI because they just want to block everything. But it looks good and it runs well. Unlike Criticom. Oh, Chronos made Fear Effect and Fear Effect 2? Wow. Because they made several poorly received games, and then they made Fear Effect, which is like kind of a cult classic. Yeah, and they did Cardinal Sin as well. Yeah, that's it. Let's go ahead and reset the console. But yeah, that is going to do it for me, guys. I've been streaming for over 6 hours now, and I think it's time for me to call it a night. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. I'll have this stream up probably sometime tomorrow, and I will have it time-coded and all that good stuff. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out. We had played a bunch of cool games. I mean, even the ones that weren't so cool, I still enjoy showing off because, you know, like Novastorm, I haven't really put a lot of time into before, so it was cool actually trying to get somewhere in the game and see what happens. But yeah, it's good times. It's interesting is Chronos. They don't have any computer animation listed on Wikipedia, so I think we're gonna have to maybe modify that. 'Cause I can't imagine there's a different Chronos. Yeah, they're located in Pasadena, California. I mean, it's probably near Sega of America. So, I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah. That's gonna do it for me, guys. Thank you once again for hanging out. Archive will be up tomorrow. I'll try to be back sometime soon with another stream if I feel like it. But yeah, I had a good time with this one. We're nearing October as well, so I'm going to try to have to figure out some spooky streams. Maybe do some variety streams featuring some spooky games. But we shall see. But yeah, thanks once again for watching. And I guess until the next one, take it easy.